she had observed that some honorable members still had challenges in raising matters of urgent public importance. In that regard, she reminded the House on the rules of procedure governing matters of urgent public importance, Understanding Orders 134 and 135 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021.
Madam Speaker further informed the House that the essence of matter of urgent public importance was to bring to the attention of the House and the Executive a widespread event in the country. She stated that the event should not be peculiar to only a small section of the country and not only be closed with a national character, but also capable of being debated. She stated that its importance should be such that if the executive did not intervene immediately, a catastrophe would befall the nation.
Madam Speaker further stated that the matter raised must deal with only one substantive issue. Madam Speaker guided the House of the following steps to be taken when raising matters of urgent public importance. At the appropriate time, a member should indicate electronically that he or she intended to raise a matter of urgent public importance.
Other steps are when the presiding officer recognizes and calls on the member to raise the matter, the member should start the statement with the phrase, Madam or Mr. Speaker, the matter I wish to raise is directed to our Honor the Vice President or the Honorable Minister. Stated the matter concisely and end by saying, Madam or Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. She guided that the member should not debate the matter or bring more than one substantive issue in the same matter.
And lastly, Madam Speaker informed the House that presiding officers would strictly enforce the rules regulating matters of urgent public importance to ensure a proper and smooth transaction of business in the House.
After that announcement, Madam Speaker did permit 4 matters of urgent public importance, Understanding Order 134, and the first one came from Mr. Ronald Totela, who is Pambasha Member of Parliament, and it was on the delayed delivery of fertilizer in some parts of the country, and this matter was inadmissible.
The second matter did come from Mr. Davison Mungandu, who is Chama South Member of Parliament, and his matter was on the delayed distribution of relief food in Chama South Parliamentary Constituency. This matter was inadmissible.
Mr. Francis Kapyanga raised the matter of urgent public importance on the alleged disregard of the presidential directive by the ZPPA relating to the awarding of contracts to undertake CDF projects, thereby disadvantaging local contractors, and this was equally inadmissible.
And the fourth matter did come from Mr. Minyani Zulu, who is Nimba Member of Parliament, and his matter was on the measures being taken to prevent importation of GMOs as a result of the ongoing drought in some parts of the country. This matter was inadmissible.
Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Tembo, arose on a matter of urgent public importance on the state of the economy, and it was inadmissible. The House did proceed to consider questions for oral answer, numbers 181 to 195, Understanding Order 74.
And the House did adjourn accordingly at 18:53 hours. We do expect Madam Speaker to take the chair at 14:30 hours today.
All right, we now shift our attention and look at what is expected to be considered on today's order paper. We do have a total number of 6 questions for oral answer, Understanding Order 74. Let's share with you some of the questions that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House.
The first question for oral answer, Understanding Order 74, is expected to come from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and is expected to ask the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock in A, what the annual production of each of the following products is countrywide: beef, pork, and milk.
We do have one report, and this report will come from the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, and Mr. Kasauto Mijelo, who is the chairperson of this committee, who urged the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 November 2020. And we expect members of Parliament to debate this report.
And just to finish on the question that is expected to come from Mr. Chingamyutu in B, he would like to find out what measures the government is taking to increase production of the three products and see which areas will be targeted for the envisaged increased production, and in D, what the targets of the increased production are.
Should we be able to see the Honourable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber, that will signify the commencement of today's business. And those of you that are following us on our Facebook page, the National Assembly of Zambia, I'd like to say thank you so much. Spread the news and let your colleagues, friends, families like that page and follow live proceedings of parliamentary business. Chaza, we do have question 197, which will come from Kwacha Member of Parliament in Central Province, and this is Mr. Sidney Mushanga directing his question to the Minister of Health. The member would like to find out how many times in a year the government supplies medicine to all health facilities across the country. He also wants to find out when the government last supplied medicine to health facilities across the country.
He would also like to find out why some health facilities have continued to express shortage of medicines despite the supply, and indeed what measures the government is implementing to safeguard the medicines distributed to health facilities countrywide.
On the Copper Belt in Ndola, the provincial headquarters, there is a constituency there. That's Bwana Mkubwa and Mr. Mwambazi, who is a member of parliament there. I would like to find out from Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation when the laying of water pipes in the following wards in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency under the Kafulafuta water project will commence: 1. Lupili, Mushili and Twashuka.
And in B, what the time frame of the project is. In C, what the cost of providing water is to each ward.
All right, and the other question is question 199, which will come from Mitete, Member of Parliament in Western Province, and this is Mr. Mutelo directing his question to the Minister of Education. The member would like to find out whether the government has any plans to procure a motor vehicle for the District Education Board Secretary's office in Mitete District. Like we mentioned earlier on, we do have 6 questions for oral answer and 1 report from the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. We cross over to the floor of the House for today's business.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our bless
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. We start with matters of urgent public importance. Again, I'll use my discretion and call on those honorable members who have had no opportunity to do so. We start with the honorable member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chiengi to stand on matters of public importance. Madam Speaker, the whole country is experiencing a very tough time in terms of hunger and also not having much of money in circulation or money in circulation. Madam Speaker, the people of Chiengi and the Zambians would like just to find out what are the mitigations that this government intends to put in place in order to ease the lives of the many Zambians who are facing this challenge. The reason is, Madam Speaker, today we were blessed on TV, ZNBC1, TV1, where we were blessed to witness the commissioning of the new headquarters of UPND party. Now, the Zambians would like to know, has this been paid by the party or who has paid? Because ZNBC is in a lot of dates.
The honorable member for Chiengi, please, if you can take your seat. This is the time when we are raising matters of urgent public importance, and each honorable member is entitled to raise one matter only. You can't bring in so many matters. If you are talking about one particular item, please concentrate on that item. And also you have forgotten to indicate to whom that matter is being addressed to. So let's follow the rules and procedures. We have it easy and ensure that we have a smooth flow of business. You may proceed as guided.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. This matter of agents of public importance, Madam Speaker, is on the leader of business of the House, Her Honor the Vice President. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the honorable member of Parliament for Chiengi was in the House the day before yesterday and even yesterday. A similar matter was raised, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture is coming back to this House to deliver a ministerial statement on that issue pertaining to hunger. And then today, later today, the Minister of Green Economy is also going to deliver a ministerial statement. So please save your questions for that session. So we can move to the next one. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi a chance. The matter I wish to raise is towards the Minister of Education.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, the Ministry of Education has employed teachers. In my constituency, Londazi constituency, the locals who have been volunteering have been left out. In many other constituencies in the districts, there has been an outcry on how they have conducted the recruitment of this year. Last year, they recruited 30,000 teachers. They didn't seem to have any complaints. Madam Speaker, the outcry is countrywide that this recruitment didn't go well. The people are crying. The people of Lundazi are seeking your intervention on behalf of the Zambians. I submit.
Thank you very much. Whereas the matter could be of interest to a number of members of parliament, but and it's not of recent occurrence. I think what we can do, the honorable member, is put in a question. Put in a question, please, because if the government doesn't do anything right at the moment, no catastrophe is going to befall the country. Of course, there are a lot of complaints, but for such matters, it's best to put in a question. Then it will be attended to. In the similar manner, there is no difference when you put up a question or raise it as a matter of urgent public importance. The only difference is that with a matter for urgent public importance, maybe the minister can respond there and then, but there are so many other ways of putting in questions, so that issue will be addressed. The honorable member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to raise the matter of public importance. Before I do that, Madam Speaker, allow me to extend on behalf of the PF and indeed on my own behalf, condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones during the cholera outbreak. Madam Speaker, this country has experienced one of the worst cholera outbreaks, which has claimed many, many lives. I think, Madam Speaker, it is important that the Minister of Health should be able to give the current status in the country, and also perhaps also the status in the sub-region. More importantly, that she is the chairperson of the Council of Health Ministers in the region. Madam Speaker, there has been a mass vaccination against cholera. So I think it is important, people are asking whether these vaccines were produced locally or they were imported, and the safety of these vaccines. I seek your serious indulgence so that also the minister can state short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures to eradicate cholera in this country. I seek your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issues of cholera are well known to the government. The government is aware, and they are taking measures to address this problem. So that matter cannot qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. It is important. People have died. People are concerned about the issues of cholera. And even before we adjourned, the issue of keeping our cities clean, we had mentioned about it here, and that if we don't keep our cities clean, we will end up with cholera. And that is what followed. So, Honorable Member, we can find other ways of bringing that up with the Honorable Minister, but not as a matter of urgent public importance. Usually we are supposed to have 3, but since there are only 4, the Honorable Member for Petauke, I will give him an opportunity. What's your matter of urgent public importance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise the matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to our Honor the Vice President. Good afternoon, ma'am, the greetings from Petra, UK.
A point of order is being raised by the Honorable Member for Lunte. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to rise on this very important point of order based on traditions and custom for this particular house. And I raise this point of order, Madam Speaker, on the members of Parliament on your right, except ministers. Madam Speaker, except cabinet ministers. Madam Speaker, we as Zambians are aware of what is happening in this country. We know the problems of our people. Ever since we arrived in this house, in this particular meeting, on Tuesday this week, those colleagues of mine have shown no interest in what is happening to the people of Zambia. No single, Madam Speaker, no single matter of urgent public importance from that group. Are they in order, Madam Speaker, to come here and show no interest in the problems that the Zambian people are facing? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure. Order, honorable members, can we have some order? Can we have some order, honorable members? Please, honorable members, once a point of order has been raised, no one can rise again immediately for a point of order before a ruling is rendered. So, honorable member for Lunte, the point of order that you have raised, what breach has happened just now today that you can point at? If the honorable members on the right have no matters of urgent public importance, they cannot be forced. I'm still talking. I'm still talking, honorable member for Lund. Yes, so that, anyway, not even to push honorable members. The point of order is not admitted. That's the long and short of it. It's not admitted. There is no breach that has happened on the floor of the House. You did not even cite a standing order that has been breached. It's not sufficient to say according to the couch and practice. Couch and practice does not require everyone to raise a matter of urgent public importance. And you note that some of the matters that have been raised, they have not even been admitted. So it's not automatic that when a matter is raised, it's going to be admitted. It depends on whether it meets the criteria. So please leave, I think let's work, let's ensure that we do our own part. Let's not start pointing fingers at each other, because that does not promote harmony in the House. So may the honorable member for Petauke continue. Please be precise to the point.
The matter is directed to our honor, the Vice President of this country. Madam Speaker, the President has been very firm on tribalism in our country. And the tribalism can cause division, which can bring war to this country, Madam Speaker.
Order, order, order. Honorable member, just raise your matter of urgent public importance. Let's not try to talk about tribalism here. Because by you standing, honorable member, if you can take your seat, by you, honorable member, standing and bringing a matter verging or touching on tribalism, you are yourself promoting tribalism. Let's avoid that. So raise a matter not touching on issues on alleged tribalism. You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in this country, when a minister says something, it's policy. It's policy. And we saw the Minister of Information. Minister of Information, who is the government chief spokesperson, saying that the government is the sponsor, was the sponsor for the tribalism which was happening.
Order, honorable member, I think I'm going to rule you out of order. I'm going to rule you out of order. That matter that you are raising does not qualify to be asked as a matter of urgent public importance. Please refer to the guidelines and also the criteria. You were advised to be precise to the point. You are talking about a lot of issues. It appears your matter is not that urgent. So you can give us an opportunity to continue with our work. There was an indication, honorable member, for Wengwa. What's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is based on order number 65, because the Honorable Member of Parliament for Petauke here, when he stood to raise on a matter of urgent public importance, he talked about the word I've never heard in this world. He talked about the tribalism, because I don't know what is tribalism, or maybe wanted to talk about tribalism. So he said tribalism. So what is tribalism? Maybe we need to be educated. Thank you very much.
Issues whether it's tribalism or tribalism, it will not be admitted and debated in this House. So let's not talk about tribalism or tribalism, whatever it is. Let's make progress. We have a lot of work on our hands. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Madam Speaker, I rise before this august House to provide an update on the performance of the 2023-2024 rainfall season and the long dry spells that our country is experiencing. The House will remember that in October 2023, I delivered a ministerial statement and rainfall forecast for the 2023-2024 rain season on the floor of this House. The forecast highlighted that the El Nino climate phenomenon, which warms the Pacific Ocean, would impact the rainfall pattern in the 2023-2024 season. This influence would lead to below average rainfall, accompanied by short episodes of heavy rain and long dry spells. Additionally, the forecast indicated that the southern half of the country would witness the onset of the rain season towards the end of December 2023. Consequently, the nation would experience below normal and drier than usual weather conditions, affecting various sectors of the economy and the environment. Madam Speaker, as predicted by the Zambia Meteorological Department, the El Nino climate phenomenon has indeed persisted, significantly influencing Zambia's rainfall pattern during the 2023-2024 season. As anticipated, this condition has resulted in reduced rainfall across the country. Madam Speaker, let me highlight the specific characteristics we are observing as the season unfolds. One, on the onset of rains, you recall that in October, the rains commenced over northwestern province as well as the northern parts of Luapula and western provinces. By November, most parts of Zambia experienced the onset of rains, except the southern regions, where it began towards the end of December. The late onset of the rain season over the southern half of the country delayed the planting of crops and affected their germination and establishment. On the rainfall amounts, Madam Speaker, overall, the rainfall received so far during the 2023-2024 rain season has been normal to below normal across most parts of the country, as predicted. Moreover, excessive rainfall from late December 2023 to around 20th January 2024 caused flash floods, waterlogging, and increased the risk of waterborne diseases such as cholera across the country. On dry spells, Madam Speaker, prolonged dry spells have been observed since the 20th of January 2024 and are expected to continue throughout February, especially over the southern half of the country. These dry spells, coupled with high temperatures, are depleting soil moisture and will impact agricultural activities and water availability. Madam Speaker, what we are observing now is consistent with the forecast delivered earlier to this August House. These weather conditions, Madam Speaker, pose several challenges to critical sectors within our economy. As we continue to monitor the weather patterns, it remains crucial to adapt our strategies for sustainable farming practices, water management, and disaster preparedness. The collaboration between the Zambia Meteorological Department and relevant stakeholders, in particular DMMU and the Ministry of Agriculture, will play a pivotal role in mitigating the effects of this climate phenomenon. Madam Speaker, specifically, the following sectors have been affected. Number one, agriculture. The reduced rainfall is likely to affect the growth and development of crops, leading to water stress, wilting, and yield losses. Maize, soybeans, and other staple crops are particularly vulnerable to the dry conditions as they require adequate moisture during the critical stages of growth. Water resources. The lower river flows and depleted soil moisture and groundwater levels are likely to reduce the availability of water for both domestic and irrigation purposes. Hydropower generation. The decreased water inflow to the hydropower reservoirs will affect the electricity production and supply. The low water levels in the major reservoirs at Kariba, Itejiteji, and Kafue Gorge, both lower and upper, may result in reduced power generation and increased load shedding, energy shortages, and disruptions in the coming months unless the situation improves. On livestock, the parched pastures have affected the availability and quality of livestock feed, which may in turn affect the health and productivity of animals. On ecosystems, Madam Speaker, the natural habitats, wetlands, and biodiversity may be stressed due to the reduced water availability and increased human pressure. Some ecosystems may experience degradation, loss of habitat, and loss of species. This may have implications for the provision of ecosystem services and the conservation of natural resources. Madam Speaker, considering the current weather situation and the forecasted continued dry conditions throughout February, we urge all stakeholders to take the following actions. On farmers, we urge them to monitor weather updates regularly and adjust farming activities accordingly, if possible. Implementation of water conservation measures, such as mulching and proper soil management practices to optimize water usage, especially in areas experiencing rainfall deficits and low soil moisture levels. To report any crop damage or livestock disease to the nearest agriculture extension officers or veterinary officers for assistance. Madam Speaker, water users are urged to use water sparingly and efficiently for domestic and irrigation purposes. We need to avoid wastage and leakage of water. We need to harvest and store rainwater wherever possible. We need to treat and purify water before consumption or use. Report any water shortages or conflicts to the relevant authorities for resolution. On energy consumers, my ministry is encouraging the use of energy-efficient practices as emphasized during COP28 as follows. We need to conserve and ration electricity usage. We need to be mindful of our consumption. We need to turn off our lights and fans and other electrical devices whenever not needed. We need to consider using energy-efficient appliances and LED bulbs. We need also, Madam Speaker, to explore alternative energy sources, in particular renewables. We need to look at solar, we need to look at wind, we need to look at biomass. Indeed, we need to promptly report any power outages or faults to the power utility company, ZESCO, under the Ministry of Energy. Madam Speaker, by adopting these practices, we can collectively contribute to energy efficiency and reduce the strain on our power grids. Indeed, citizens are therefore urged to work together to ensure a sustainable future. On the general public, we need to be aware of the potential health and safety risks associated with dry conditions, such as dehydration, heat stroke, fire hazards, and waterborne diseases. We need to drink plenty of water and stay hydrated. We need to avoid exposure to direct sunlight and high temperatures. We need to follow hygiene and sanitary guidelines issued by the Ministry of Health to prevent the spread of diseases. We need to report any signs or symptoms of illnesses to the nearest health facility for treatment. Madam Speaker, given these conditions, a rapid assessment of these impacts has been initiated. So to assess the impacts, government has constituted a team of experts led by the Vice President through the Office of the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, co-opting ministries of defense, agriculture, green economy and environment, water, and many other ministries to conduct a rapid assessment of the crop damage and food security situation caused by the dry conditions. The teams are already collecting data on crop conditions, production estimates, and food security indicators from selected districts across the country. The teams are also identifying the most affected areas and vulnerable groups and the mitigation measures needed to support them. Madam Speaker, once the rapid assessment is complete, government will issue a comprehensive report that will provide a detailed analysis of the impact of the dry conditions on the agriculture sector and the food situation, as well as on water and energy security. The report will also provide recommendations for targeted interventions that will aim to support the affected communities and mitigate the adverse effects of the dry conditions. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the 2023-2024 rainfall season has presented significant challenges that require urgent and coordinated action from all stakeholders. We remain, as government, committed to addressing these challenges promptly and effectively, and we appreciate the collaboration and support among government departments and agencies in this endeavor. Madam Speaker, I can only call upon the honorable members of Parliament to unite and face these challenges head-on. The public, Madam Speaker, must be assured that this government will do everything possible in its power to ensure that the nexus of food, energy, and water security amidst the changed climatic conditions is addressed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment. We start with the Honorable Member for Mwembeji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that statement. Minister, I've heard that you are trying to give us what is actually happening.
Order. Sorry, Honorable Member for Mwembeji, there is an indication for a point of order from the Honorable Member for Momba. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to rise on a very serious point of order. According to our standing orders 203, and in particular number 3, which talks about the conduct of members. And number 3, Madam Speaker, it talks about, in accordance with sections 4, 5, and 6 of the Parliamentary and Ministerial Code of Conduct Act, a member shall A, not acquire dishonestly or improperly any pecuniary advantage And Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, that indicates if you go to our code of conduct, that is soliciting or accepting transfers of economic benefit. Madam Speaker, I raise this point of order with a caveat because the Member of Parliament I'm raising this point of order is my friend, and that is the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency, Honourable Mr. Kafaya, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honourable Kafaya, starting from the last sitting, up to this time around, you would observe, and there's evidence to that we can check to the happenings of this House. Madam Speaker, he will come in the House either to raise a matter of urgent public importance or a point of order, and within 10 minutes, leave this House for good. Madam Speaker, we are members of Parliament, and we are guided by our conduct, and this parliamentary and ministerial codes of conduct. Is Honourable Kafaya in order to continue, because, Madam Speaker, I know you have faithfully been giving him transfers of economic benefit. He's never complained that he has not been given his benefit. Madam Speaker, is Honourable Kafaya in order to be coming every day in this House and sit just for about 5–10 minutes and leave this House for good? Is in order, Madam Speaker, to do that at the expense of the Zambians and us hard-working fellow members of Parliament who sit here up to the end of the day? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think I will reserve my ruling on that matter because I've delivered so many rulings on this same matter, but the pattern doesn't seem to change. So I think I need to look at it again and see how best we can ensure that honorable members sit for the period that we are supposed to be sitting. So we can make, thank you very much for that. The ruling is reserved. May the honorable member for Mwembeshi continue. Mwembeshi continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I've heard your statement. From what you have actually said, you are elaborating what is actually pertaining, which is on the ground. What I haven't heard, Minister, is that what can you tell the people of Mwembeshi now? Are they still anticipating any rains in this disaster, or we say the rain season is over? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Mwembeshi Member of Parliament who started by saying, I'm saying what's on the ground. Yes, indeed, I'm saying what's on the ground. First of all, we need to say what our predictions were and what's happening now. But more important, what we should be doing. I clearly stated in my statement that we are experiencing difficult conditions, and this will impact our food, water, and energy security. And I also stated that the government right now is conducting a full assessment to see the impacts, particularly on food security. And once this assessment is done, informed decisions will be made before the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, this also gives us a chance as members of Parliament to come up with the solutions, suggestions on how we are going to take care of our people in this difficult time as a collective. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, indeed, what the country is going through needs our collective wisdom to confront. It's not time to politic or blame one another. Honorable Minister, in case of Chama South, we are now believing that climate change is real. Villages that never experienced flooding, Madam Speaker, just a few weeks ago when it was raining, were flooded. What measures are you putting in place as we struggle with these natural calamities to ensure that mitigatory practices are taught to our people? Because in Chama, as we speak, trees, in spite you not giving licenses, we have teams and teams that are cutting down trees, contributing to the same situation the people and the country is going through. What measures, Honorable Minister, are you putting in place, working with us, to ensure that such bad practices are addressed? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me sincerely thank the Member of Parliament for highlighting really what we are experiencing. Climate change is real. These dry conditions we're experiencing are unprecedented. In certain situations, the flooding we're experiencing is unprecedented. The Member of Parliament called for collective wisdom. I can't put it any better than this. In my statement, I clearly outlined several things we are doing, and maybe we'll be doing first in the immediate term, and then in the medium to long term. What are we doing in regards a specific question now on deforestation in Chama? I think you'll recall that we informed the House that soon you'll be bringing to this House the forest amendment of Forest 4, number 4 of 2015, to ensure that more fees, stiffer penalties are meted out to offenders, number one. Number two, I think this House as well will recall that we stated that this year, funds allowing, we will be employing forest guards. I think one of the things which is lacking in this sector is that those who should protect the forests are not there, unlike the way it used to happen in the Kaunda days and the early MMD days. So we need the forest guards, and we are very sure that we will be employing these forest guards. You also recall that the Minister of Water, Minister of Energy, and myself, I think we formed the House, that there was a committee which was formed to ensure that we look at issues of water harvesting on a lot of our rivers across the length and breadth of the country. Indeed, another area we are looking at is offering alternative livelihoods to our people, particularly those involved in charcoal burning. Sensitization of our people to ensure that we do not leave anyone behind is another measure we're putting in place. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron, balancing the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, indeed, this situation calls for every Zambian to put our concerted efforts together. In your statements, Honorable Minister, you mentioned of the same affecting the power generation and agriculture activities. Madam Speaker, through you, Ron constituency is sitting on the shaft, which is shaft number 28, where it is reported that there is 170 million cubic. There is 170 million cubic liters of water, which water will start being pumped out very soon to defray the mine. Honorable Minister, are you not thinking of means and ways of harnessing and harvesting this water, 170 million cubic liters, which will be pumped out and just run out there, and yet your counterpart there, my brother, Minister of Water and Sanitation, is looking for means and ways of filling up the Kafulafuta Dam. What is it that you are doing? Are you not thinking of bringing on board Luansa Copper Mines to see how best you can harness and harvest these massive volumes of water? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you very much, the Member of Parliament Ron, for that suggestion. And I'm very sure that the Minister of Water is listening. But I will comment because I'm a member of his committee. I must inform the House that the committee chaired by Honorable Mposha, where I'm a member, and the Energy Minister, a member, and others, infrastructure, are working day and night, first of all, to ensure that we identify viable sites for constructions of dams, multi-purpose dams actually, for water, for food production, for irrigation, for domestic use. This project, this program is quite advanced, and I'll let it to the Minister of Water to come and report to the House. But I need to welcome your suggestion, Member of Parliament for Ron, and I'll urge my chairman to look at this option. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Peace be with you and the whole House. Madam Speaker, in the first place, I want to agree with the honorable members of this House who have indicated that climate change is real. And I think it calls for leadership to acknowledge that climate change is real. And like what has been happening in the past, some citizens or leaders not acknowledging that climate change is real. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister, your statement, Honorable Minister, it was not very clear, especially where you indicated that the Ministry of Agriculture and the DMMU are collaborating to respond to the current weather situation. In short, what programs or plans has the Ministry of Agriculture and DMMU put in place to respond to the current situation that we are experiencing as a country? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to MP for Bwacha, and indeed, peace be with you too. Indeed, climate change is real, and he says it calls for leadership to acknowledge this fact. And I think if there's any government which has acknowledged this fact, it's this government, and it's the reason why I'm Minister of Green Economy and Environment. We need to ensure that we are serious with issues of climate change, and indeed, we will be serious with issues of climate change. I mentioned very clearly that there's a committee formed by the President, which is being led by the Vice President, DMMU. Remember, DMMU was established to look at potential disasters and disasters. So as a methodical government, we are already sensing that our people may need support in terms of food, in terms of water, in terms of energy. So once this data is collected and the real situation on the ground is assessed and quantified, Honorable Musokotwane will come in, because this situation may need financing. At that point, government, again, I clearly stated that will clearly communicate to its people that given the conditions, the loss of crops in some areas, a clear direction will be given at that time. So I urge members of Parliament, obviously in here, to offer solutions, to see how we unite around this difficult time, which has not been caused by anyone else. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Dudumwezi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that clear statement. Minister, in your statement, you have indicated that there's need for unity for us to overcome this looming disaster. My question this afternoon is, we have no surface water already, and people can only survive on underground water. In your own view, wouldn't you consider sitting down with your colleague Minister of Water and Sanitation to reduce the cost of drilling boreholes so that through CDF, constituents like Dundumwezi, which has already dried up and no surface water, can increase the access to underground water? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Dundumwezi. And indeed, just like speakers before him, he's calling for unity among the members of parliament, unity in the Republic of Zambia to ensure that we overcome any looming disaster. Madam Speaker, if you note that I think the Minister of Local Government came to this House and clearly stated on how he would help in reduce, and the Minister of Water as well, to reduce costs for boreholes, for borehole drilling. And I must also state that I think as members of Parliament, there was a time when the cost of boreholes was rising very, very fast. Right now, the cost of boreholes, I think, has been static, and this has been mainly because of a lot of competition in this sector. But also, the Minister of Water and myself will be looking at ways in which we can procure cheaper drilling rigs to see how these can drill boreholes along the length and breadth of the country. So my take on this is that, yes, indeed, Dundumwezi, Member of Parliament, it's a good suggestion and we'll be looking at it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi a chance to ask the follow-up question to the Minister of Green Economy. Definitely, what is obtaining in our country is very unfortunate. We are already suffering. Sometimes, if the rains come, they will come with floods, and it's affecting even our bridges in our constituency. Madam Speaker, the follow-up question that I have for the Honorable Minister is looking at the situation right now. We may say we have already planted, and even if we monitored the forecast today, it may not have any use. The question that I have for you, Honorable Minister in charge, would you be able to give us the forecast for next year so that we can be able to plan? Because for now, we are just living at the mercy of the Lord. I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to Lundazi for that very, very important question. I think the question really borders on what would have happened maybe if there was no forecast. What would have happened if meteorological data was not available to our farmers? In this House, I came to report that the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment collaborates very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, to the extent that the ministry has even trained extension officers for the Ministry of Agriculture. This is to ensure meteorological data is interpreted correctly. This is what we call climate-smart agriculture. In the advent of climate change, you need to be smart. Basically, what am I saying? What I'm saying is that the situation could have been worse. There would have been no crop at all because farmers were advised when to plant, when to weed, when to apply fertilizer. These are practical issues. If our subsistence farmers are going to increase productivity, and the Honorable Mtolo tells us that commercial farmers are do 10 tons a hectare, while subsistence do only 2 to 3 tons per hectare. All of this speaks to commercial farmers utilizing meteorological data effectively and other practices, of course. So this focus we give is credible focus. This focus we give, if you look at what was forecasted last year and what has happened, by and large, it's been spot on. Why should we continue be observing meteorological data? For some crops which may have matured, if we do not do that, they could be destroyed. Remember, we also said for some crops, we're encouraging mulching. Indeed, members of parliament here also can suggest other ways. The Ministry of Agriculture, through its extension officers, is on the ground to ensure that whatever crop will come through is salvaged. This is very important, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
The honorable members, we're almost coming to the end of the time that is allocated. But for me, I think this is a very important subject. And I would like to have as many members of parliament asking questions. So these points of order and opening remarks are taking away from the people that would want to ask questions. So please, honorable members, as we ask our questions, let's be precise to the point so that we allow as many members as possible. The honorable minister is appealing for suggestions. What suggestions are you bringing to the table which can considered to alleviate the problem that all of us are going through? So I'm going to add 10%, but 10 minutes, sorry, 10 minutes. And please, can we be precise to the point and no points of order? So the next question will be asked by the honorable member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My question, Honorable Minister of Green Economy, is on the issue of collaboration with the Minister of Agriculture. Very important that you have said you are working closely, but I don't know at how much you have advised the ministry in terms of winter maize. I know the word winter, for us, when we talk about it, we think of starting our winter maize in June, July. I don't know whether you have advised each other so that we do not wait for June to come, that this time commercial farmers should even start having extra food so that we make sure that we have enough food to compensate what other provinces have lost. So I just want to find out at how much you have collaborated to make sure that you prepare for more food in the country so that we don't have much crisis we are facing. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that question from Kabwe Central. But before I answer that question, I think Lundazi, Member of Parliament, was requesting for a focus for next year. Maybe for the information of members of Parliament, that focus are normally done around September, October, because by then the current focus, the current rainfall season goes for 1 year. So in September, October is when issues relating to predictions for climate change, for example, sea surface temperatures, would be monitored, models run to predict for the coming year. It's the reason why the focus is only made in October of every year. So it's not possible today in February to do a focus for next year. This focus for last year is still active until October when we have the necessary information. Madam Speaker, collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture as one of the major users of meteorological data has been very, very good. And I want to thank the Minister there for coming through and working very, very closely with us, because we are one. One of the biggest issues we have to do is to ensure that the country is food secure. What should we be doing on winter maize and the crops? Basically, the Member of Parliament is asking whether we should consider irrigated maize. And since I sit with Honorable Mutolo and Cabinet, I must inform you that actually we are even ahead of time. This March, is it April, March, we will be harvesting, I think Honorable Mtoro, we will be harvesting maize and irrigated crop for farmers in Mukushi. There are farmers in Mukushi, there are farmers in Southern Province who will be bringing on board winter maize. So your suggestion is spot on, but as you know, this methodical government is always 10 steps ahead. It's already done that. Further, actually, there's a lot of appetite in growing this maize because of the good price which was pronounced. Further, you will recall that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief, found a ready market in the DRC, whereupon even millions of dollars were deposited in our country for farmers to access once maize, which was ground into mealie meal, was exported to the DRC. So indeed, that suggestion is good, and it's already being done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that, as witness, of course, that the rains are going to be bad and it's going to affect the power generation, and consequently this is going to affect it's going to cause load shedding. And the implications of load shedding is that it will affect the small businesses, welders, salons, barber shops. What have you advised the Minister of Energy to take as the immediate intervention so that these small businesses are not seriously affected on this drought that we have experienced? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that very, very important question. But before that, I heard some murmurs on winter maize here. It's a good thing. In any developed economy where you want to ensure food security, you need to utilize your land more effectively. Irrigation in Zambia, where we only have one rain season, has to be done. Harvesting that water which goes into Kafue River, into Zambezi River, and all the way to Mozambique has to be retained. There's no question about it. In any case, you cannot generate without water harvesting. So winter maize should be encouraged. Madam Speaker, coming to the question on the floor, is on power generation. I think the House will also recall that this country, Zambia, is mainly hydropower based. All our big stations are hydropower based. Hydropower accounts for maybe 90% of our total generation in the country. How much? 86, 90% is almost the same. So any changes in rainfall patterns, but particularly dry conditions, will affect power generation. What are the steps we are taking? I think I will inform you that yesterday when I was talking to the Minister of Energy, he has already gone out there through his officials at ZESCO to look for power in the neighboring countries. We need to secure some power, obviously. Note that there are power imports and power export exchanges in the country. Already, that's one measure. Another measure, listen properly, this is data. I'm talking with authority here so that I teach you about this energy. This is very, very important, I must tell you. So when we offer alternatives, and one alternative, particularly the alternative I talked about on some of us were able to afford to switch to solar, is a viable alternative. Another alternative which the whole world is looking to is to ensure that there's energy efficiency. If you have 1,000 megawatts and you have so many losses, it means that that power is not with you. Honorable Mutachalo, I think he must rise and offer more solutions, having worked together at ZESCOSA. So ensuring that there's energy efficiency frees out power. So this is very, very important. Switch and save. If you are not there, you switch off your lights. It sounds simple, but it's very, very important. Image saving bulbs is very, very important. Switch off your geyser when you are not using it when you come to work. It's very, very important. Mirupi will tell you as an electrical engineer. So these are practical things we must be doing. Let's not belittle them. We need to ensure we help the power utility to serve us better. It's for our own good. So I think this is what I can say about the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Shuangando.
Appreciated, Madam Speaker. I want to start by...
I had already indicated that, please, can we use the term efficiently? No points of orders. May the Honorable Member for Shuangando continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Minister that indeed he came here before the onset of the rain season to give us forecast and weather projections, which information he shared with us, and we engaged him at length so that we could go and give our farmers accurate information, which information they utilized to plant and to do all the farming activities. My question to the Honorable Minister is, with these changes, how much have you invested in the meteorological services in order for them to have systems that can generate accurate meteorological data which will avoid the country sliding into a threatened food security which is already compromised? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that very, very important question. Indeed, we came to this House and delivered a forecast. On analysis of this forecast, by and large, of what has happened since the forecast, by and large, has corresponded quite well. Some conditions have been more severe, particularly on prolonged dry spells. This is the House, Madam Speaker, which disburses funds. And I thank you to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Shuangando, who is calling for more funding to the ministry. I think that's a welcome move. However, I must tell you that this government has invested quite significantly in meteorological services. I came to report to this August House that we had installed, I think, about 300 automatic weather stations, and obviously increasing the predictive capacity of the institution. Calling for more funds is the right thing, and that's welcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. As a silent observer, I understand that there are countries where people can generate rain. Have we looked at that? Because it can alleviate a lot of problems. What is the cost if we have to engage into that process? Even for 1 week, our maize will do a lot better. Just a question which does not need to be answered. It was a comment. We can make progress. Questions for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 196.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Miyutu, is asking the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock a question in 4 parts. Part A, what the annual production of each of the following products is: beef, pork, milk. And in Part B, what measures the government is taking to increase production of these three products. And in Part C, which areas will be targeted for increased production of the three products. And the last part is what targets of the increased production are. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. In A, according to the ministry's 2023 annual report, the annual production of each of the following products is: beef, 76,256 metric ton; pork, 13,887 metric ton; and milk, 93,600 liters. In Part B, Madam Speaker, in order to increase production of beef, pork, and milk countrywide, the government has put in place the following measures. 1, development of Livestock Development Act aimed at curtailing some bottlenecks faced by the livestock subsector. 2, breed improvement through importation of superior germplasm for beef, as well as partnership with corporation partners such as Jersey Overseas Aid in the improvement of dairy production. And 3, government is in the process of establishing special economic zones for beef and other livestock species. And 4, promotion of increased investment in the beef and dairy enterprises for small and emergent farmers through sustainable agriculture facility. And 5, Madam Speaker, support to market-oriented infrastructure development such as construction of milk collection and processing center. And 6, operationalization of the liquid nitrogen plant in Mazabuka in order to support wider application of assisted reproductive technologies such as artificial insemination countrywide. And 7, enhancing service delivery through improvement of extension services delivery across the country. Part C, the government plans to promote increased livestock production in all 10 provinces of the country. However, in order to stimulate increased trade in livestock and livestock products, measures being put in place include, among others: 1, set up of special economic zones for the beef value chain; 2, support construction of milk collection and processing centers; and 3, promotion of PPP engagement in beef value chain. The choice of investment will be determined by the comparative advantage in each region. And the last part, D, the following are the targets for the period 2024 to 2026. 1, beef, we are targeting at 10% increment; pork, 25% increment; and milk, 15% increment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honourable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where we live, some of us, it's a potential area for all this beef and milk. But the challenge I observe is the lack of extension services. The farmers are not exposed to enough information. What is the government doing seriously for you to achieve those targets? what are serious measures that you are going to put practically? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I stated, I'm sure this is almost the similar question that came yesterday, Madam Speaker, on what measures the government is putting in place in order to increase cattle rearing. These are more or less like related. First of all, I've emphasized in my responses that we are going to establish economic zones that are going to be manned by our extension officers, those who we are recruiting. And also yesterday, I assured the honorable members and the country at large that we are in the process, we are continuing recruiting extension officers. These are the people who help to give the capacity building to our farmers so that we are able to realize these targets that I have just presented to the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the question is just addressing byproducts of livestock, maybe among them pig, cattle, and since milk is also a bystock there, I want to the minister to say what they are doing about diseases, because where milk is coming from, for instance, like the period you referred to, we produced about 37 million plus annually milk, and 23 million came from southern province. And if you look at the diseases that are affecting cattle, they are dominant much in southern province, and southern province indicated, southern and eastern province indicated a reduction in the production, in the increase of cattle. They are all in negatives in the same period. And since these are byproducts, what are you doing especially about lambskin disease and the foot and mouth, especially that the same report indicates that what the people are more aware of is water disease than these two diseases which kill the cattle that much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This is introducing something else, the diseases. I don't know if the Honorable Minister can tackle that. We don't want to take him by surprise. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm sure the Honorable Member is trying to relate to what factors that makes livestock not to have increase in terms of milk production. And Madam Speaker, I think this is one of the area that I touched yesterday, that as government, that is the more reason why we are strengthening extension services, because some of these diseases that you have just mentioned, like skin disease, these are management disease, whereby a farmer is responsible for such. Now, what we have observed as government is that because of lack of information, lack of knowledge, hence we keep on seeing these diseases giving challenge to the nation. And we want to strengthening the extension services, that farmers have got extension officers who are going to give them the right information, the right knowledge on how to manage diseases in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Minister, I think I would like to first of all take this opportunity to thank you for the efforts that you are putting in place to improve the livestock sector in this country. My question is, given the efforts that you are putting in terms of improving the sector so that it contributes significantly to GDP, do we have a time frame when we expect to see this sector contribute significantly to the GDP of this country? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the ministry has set the 2024 as a year that we are going to implement these measures, which will result into the objective that we are just talking about. So I believe after given 2 to 3 years, this sector will start contributing positively to the GDP of this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasama Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, most of our produce is consumed locally. I wanted to find out if government has any plans to assist farmers into getting into export markets, especially the EU. If you look at countries like Botswana, they're minting quite a lot of forex from beef and other produce. So do we have any plans to also start exporting our produce? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question. Madam Speaker, this is the more reason why we are trying to establish these livestock economic zones, and this is the more reason also why we are putting interventions on how we are going to manage our diseases in this country, which makes us to meet the requirement, the standards for us to start exporting to international markets. I'm sure we are in the right direction. Very soon, you farmers, you'll be able to export your beef as soon as we meet these required standards.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Iteshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Minister, one of the issues which are coming out here is that extension services are still lacking in our districts, and as a result of that, we can even do better than the statistics that you have given us in the beef, pork, and milk production. Now, in the Ministry of Health, there is a concept of the CHAS, Community Health Assistance. In the Ministry of Agriculture, Minister, are you not also planning to ensure that the animal health assistance role can also be recognized by the Veterinary Council of Zambia, so that we enhance the availability of extension services in most of the areas in order to beef this sector? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question. Indeed, the concept that is in the Ministry of Health is one of the ideas that we are also introducing by putting up community extension or livestock facilitators. But this is a new idea that we are introducing by, first of all, give capacity building to these community leaders who help to add to the extension services that we are lacking in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out, right now, the farmers in Western Province, they have a challenge of the market. It's like the local market, the buyers, some beef, termite, and others, they're suppressing the farmers on the prices. So, Honorable Minister, how can the government come in to assist in lifting up, raising the prices of these products, especially beef, so that the farmers don't lose out? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. The first thing that we are doing is to address the challenges that are facing the people of Western Province. You see, currently, Madam Speaker, that is the province which is faced by CBP, which has been, given restrictions of movement of their products, and hence the private sector have taken advantage of going into that province and start buying these products at a cheaper price. And this government has decided to make sure that first thing is we have to manage the disease situation in Western Province, and secondly, we have to make sure that market organization is provided by putting up policies that are going to regulate these prices across the country. And this will respond to the challenges our farmers are facing in Western Province. Those are a few things that are being put in place, hence this establishment of these economic zones to make sure that our farmers are not abused by these purchasers and these abattoirs that are being dotted in Western Province. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honourable Member for Magoe. We have the other Honourable Members. Please continue engaging the Minister. I'm just looking at time. Would have loved for every question to be asked, but we don't have that time. The Honourable Member for Magoe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, I want to find out from you, many times that we have seen improved breeds of beef animals in many areas like Itebe, Banagaila in Bwengwa and Bwengwa itself, in Momba. Honourable Minister, I want to find out from you, have we tried to map up this country to know which type of breed can do better in each area so that we can be able to maximize on beef production in the country? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, that is one of the interventions that we will see the sector are doing very well. And Madam Speaker, this is work in progress, and we are trying to make sure that the entire country is mapped. And even when we come up with these economic zones, it's something that will arise from the way we are going to map this country in terms of what better breed can do very well in that particular zone, in that particular region, to make sure that issues of distributing the species is done in a systematic and effective way. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next question, the Honourable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 197.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Wacha is asking the Minister of Health a question in 4 parts. Part A, how many times a year the government supplies medicine to all health facilities across the country? In B, when the government last supplied medicines to health facilities across the country? In Part C, why some health facilities have continued to experience shortage of medicines despite the supply? And the last part, D, what measures the government is implementing to safeguard the medicines distributed to all health facilities countrywide? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. The government through, that is in Part A, the government through ZAMSA distributes medicine and medical supplies to all public health facilities across the country. In this regard, the distribution is conducted as follows. 1, every 2 months, which is 6 times in a year, for primary health care facilities, namely health posts, rural and urban health centers. 2, monthly, which is 12 times in a year, for first, second, and third level health facilities. In the event the stock levels are low before the delivery time, health facilities place emergency orders for restocking. In Part B, Madam Speaker, the immediate last distribution of medicine and medical supplies to all facilities was conducted from 26 October 2023 to 31st December 2023. Part C, on why some health facilities continue to experience shortage of medicine despite the supply. Madam Speaker, ZAMSA uses system where facilities must order drugs needed based on the usage report, which they use pool system. The facility reports informs the medicine and medical suppliers delivered monthly and bi-monthly to facilities. However, some public health facilities would experience shortages of medicines due to, 1, late or non-reporting by health facilities on monthly stock levels. 2, low stocks of some categories of products of ZAMSA, such as laboratory reagents, due to pending deliveries from the suppliers. 3, delayed product registration by ZAMRA. And 4, outbreak of disease, which results into high consumption of medicine and medical supplies. Part D, Madam Speaker, on what measures the government is implementing in safeguarding the medicine distributed to all public health facilities countrywide. Madam Speaker, the following measures have been put in place to safeguard the medicine and medical supplies distributed to the public health facilities. 1, monitoring consumption patterns and conducting regular spot checks through medicine and committees constituted at health facilities, districts, and provincial levels. 2, engagement with suppliers by ZAMSA to ensure expedited delivery of medicine and medical supplies. 3, engagement with ZAMRA to expedite product registration. And 4, enhancement of quality assurance processes in the delivery, storage, and distribution of medicine and medical supplies. And 5, government has continued to increase the allocation from 4.6 million to medical supplies, 4.6 billion kwacha in 2023 to 4.9 billion kwacha in 2024 for the purchase of medicines and medical supplies for the year 2024. This is to ensure the continuous supply of medicine and medical supplies. And 6, when trucks are delivering medicine and medical supplies, they use seals which are broken at the delivery point, and this is to ensure that medicines are not tampered with in transit up to destination. And 7, Madam Speaker, the use of electronic proof of delivery system that confirms self-receipt and delivery of medicine and medical supplies at destination. And 8, establishment of receiving committees at the health facilities to sign off the manual proof delivery once medicine and medical supplies are delivered. And 9, government has commenced labeling of medicine to clearly indicate that these are government medicine and therefore not for sale. Madam Speaker, because this is an expensive undertaking, currently the exercise is limited to high-value medicine which may be prone to theft. And 10, formation of provincial task forces against theft of medicine and medical supplies in public health facilities. Currently, 10 are active, comprising of officers from DEC, Police, ZAMRA, ACC, and ZAMSA, and the Ministry of Health. Replica task forces are in process of being constituted at district level. And 11, the government is conducting consultative meeting with stakeholders with view of introducing stiffer punishments for persons found stealing medicine and medical supplies. And 12, mentorship and capacity building of healthcare workers on the importance of monthly reports by all health facilities. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister, for the responses that you have given. Madam Speaker, of interest, I think in most of the health facilities in the countries and also referral hospitals in the countries, there are those citizens, Honorable Minister, who are not on the NEMA scheme and are never, in most cases, administered with the drugs, but only issued with the prescriptions. Through you, Madam Speaker, the people out there would want to know if at all the government, through the Ministry of Health, has put in place any measures to help such citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and indeed, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, those are the issues which are being addressed and looked at, and to see how best we can assist such kind of our citizens in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfisa.
Madam Speaker, I was following very attentively the response, especially the response to the question that was asked by the MP for Wacha. And Madam Speaker, that was a very general question which obviously affects not only Wacha constituency, but as well as Kamfinsa and the other constituencies. And I note from his response, the Minister gives a picture that everything is well, medicines are distributed on time, and our health facilities have got all the medicines. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what is happening is that most health facilities do not have the essential drugs. And in my constituency, in particular, as I follow up my question, is that when people are referred to utilize their NEMA scheme, unfortunately, the pharmacies that are attached or accredited to NEMA are not providing the medicines that are supposed to be given to our people. So I want the Minister to assure the public through this platform what measures government is taking to provide the funding, because most private health facilities are saying the money that we're supposed to get for providing this medicine has not been availed to us. So what assurance is the Minister giving to these consumers of drugs, contrary to the picture that we've been given today? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Indeed, I hear your concern, but I want to assure you, even when I was responding, I haven't said that we are perfect, 100%, but I've said the system has improved and we are addressing these issues. However, we still have got certain challenges that needs the attention of the government. And we are in the process to make sure that we perfect the system, that our people are able to get the medicine as they demand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving us a chance once again to make a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, what you did to go and sleep at the cholera center the other day was very good. It gave you an insight of some of the evil that is obtaining. Honorable Minister, for the past 3 days, my daughter-in-law is in ICU at UTH. If you go to the resource, you'll be shocked at how many people are moving with prescriptions to go and look for medication, while NEMA is refusing to give them the medication. Honorable Minister, our health really matters. Is it possible that even tonight you go to UTH, I'm not talking about Lundazi, but just here nearby, to go and see the challenges which Zambians are facing to get medication. I submit.
The Acting Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the question. Madam Speaker, I think we need to appreciate this administration where medicines and other logistics that are required in the health sector, where we are coming from. I think it needs to be appreciated that there's really a move in terms of medicine supplies. However, this administration is committed to make sure that health is given the priority, to make sure that our people are given the best out of what we can do as a government. Like you have stated, we are in speed to understand what are the gray areas still affecting the sector. So we agree with you. Indeed, there are certain medicines that are not found in these health facilities. But these are the issues I've just mentioned, that we are working around the clock to make sure that these challenges, these remaining challenges which are there, we are able to respond to them accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chifubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, we want to appreciate that we now have stability in terms of the supply of the medicines in the health centers. But my concern has been that, particularly those who are on NEMA, why is it that the staff in most of these health facilities have continued to send our people to the NEMA accredited pharmacies and drugstores, despite some of these drugs being available in the health centers?
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm sure that is a similar concern the Honorable Member for Kamfisa raised, and I've assured this House that those are some of the grey areas, because these are new ideas that have been brought in place. Sometimes when you are introducing a new idea, it comes with some other challenges. But this government is committed to make sure that these challenges people are raising, or these concerns they are raising people, they are going to be addressed. We are really committed, Madam Speaker. Let them be assured that the issue will be addressed. There's work in progress. I thank you.
Thank you. We seem to be going in circles. The Honorable Member for Wacha, do you still have a question? You can ask your question.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I have a last question in line with NEMA, Madam Speaker. There is this serious challenge when it comes to how the NEMA system operates. In most cases, in most of the health facilities, the NEMA system is very, very slow, including our biggest hospital, that is the University Teaching Hospital. I have in mind of a patient, was before you are even admitted on this program, you're supposed to pay, a patient is supposed to pay 250 kwacha. I have in mind of a patient, she paid 250 kwacha, even before she was admitted on this same NEMA program. This patient died. That is at UTH. Cervical cancer section. So I would want to know, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, the measures that your government, through your ministry, is putting in place to see to it that the NEMA system does not continue to collapse, so that we avoid the losing of our citizens' lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think that is the third question now on NEMA. Maybe the honorable members didn't hear what the Honorable Acting Minister was saying. Maybe he can repeat himself.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, honorable members. I know we are dealing with a very sensitive concern, and Madam Speaker, what I was assuring honorable members and the country at large, that yes, we understand there are some gray areas that are affecting the system. And our assurance that there is work in progress. People are trying to make sure that how do we address these concerns. And I want to assure the honorable member who brought this question that the substantive minister very soon is going to provide a ministerial statement on the same issue of NEMA. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Looking at the time, apologies to the honorable members who still want to ask questions. Let's make progress. Next question, the honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 198.
The Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Bwana Mkubwa, Honorable Mambazi, is asking the Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation the question, which is in 3 parts, as follows. A, when the laying of water pipes in the following wards in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency under the Kafulafuta water project will commence, and the words are as follows: 1, Lupidi; 2, Mushidi; and 3, Twashuka. B, what the time frame for the project is, and C, what the cost of providing water to each ward is. Madam Speaker, in our response to the question, I wish to inform this august House as follows. That A, the laying of water pipes in the following wards in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency under Kafulafuta water supply system project is as follows. 1, Lupidi Township commenced in September 2023, and the works have progressed to 95% completion. 2, Mushidi Township commenced in November 2023, and the works have progressed to 95% completion. And 3, Twashuka Township, works will commence once funds are secured. You may wish to note that Twashuka Township is not part of the Kafulafuta water supply system project. B, Madam Speaker, the Kafulafuta water supply system project is scheduled to be completed by August 2024. And C, the cost of providing water to each of the townships is as follows. 1, Lupiri Township, $3.5 million US. 2, Mushidi Township, $2.6 million. And 3, Twashuka Township, works in the township are estimated to cost over $3 million. The utility is exploring ways of utilizing part of the CDF to fund these works in the phased approach. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister of Water, for that update. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out, and we do thank you for allocating funds for Lupili ward of Bwana Mkubwa constituency as well as Mushili ward. Perhaps I just wanted to find out if there's any budget provision looking to it that this project, the Kafulafuta water projects, is earmarked to be completed in August 2024. Is there any provision within this period for Twashuka ward, even if it's not part of the Kafulafuta water project? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Bwana Mkubwa for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, as indicated, the Kafulafuta, the Kafubu Water Company is exploring ways of working with the Member of Parliament and the committee, the CDF committee, to see to it that Twashuka Township, which is not part of the project, could benefit from the CDF. However, we don't have a budget line specifically to provide to Twashuka Township, but under the support that we normally give to the CUs, there could be a possibility that the MP liaising with the CU, they could find a bit of money to go towards that project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa, any other question? Or you are satisfied?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further questions apart from the one I just asked. Thank you so much.
For the sake of making progress, since the owner of the question is satisfied, let's move to the next question. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 99. We asked one yesterday, another one on Tuesday. Not the former Minister and Member of Parliament for Lunte, who has not asked any question. Question number 199.
The Honorable Member for Lunte is not in the House to answer for himself, so we leave him out. So the Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Mitete is asking the Minister of Education a three-part question. In A, Madam Speaker, whether the government has any plans to prepare a motor vehicle for the District Education Board Secretary in Mitete District. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And lastly, in Part C, Madam Speaker, if there are no such plans, why? In response to the question, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the government has no immediate plans to procure a motor vehicle for the District Education Board Secretary's office in Mitete District because in 2019, the government provided a Toyota Land Cruiser under Keeping Girls in School projects. B, due to the response in Part A, Madam Speaker, B falls off. Lastly, in C, Madam Speaker, there are no immediate plans to procure a motor vehicle for Mitete because government has prioritized districts without a single motor vehicle, such as Limulunga, Mulowezi, Mushindamo, Chifunabuli, Mansa, and Mwansabombwe. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, a vehicle was given to Mitete in 2019. Minister, Mitete is a sandy place, and the tier and wear is very high. Are you aware that the 2019 vehicle is now limping, hence the need for a total new vehicle for Mitete Debs? Mitete is a sandy place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the Honourable Member. And I wish to concur with him about Mitete being sandy, and that was all the more reason why we sent a Toyota Land Cruiser, which is very fit for such terrain. At the moment, Madam Speaker, the vehicle, I must confirm, is really just with Toyota Zambia receiving routine maintenance, Madam Speaker. We do expect that within the next fortnight, that vehicle will still be available for Mitete. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is true, the vehicle is receiving routine maintenance, but limping. Sooner or later, it will again come back. Which is which? Buying a total new vehicle or keep on servicing and reservicing? Madam Speaker, which is more economical? Acquiring a total new vehicle or service a vehicle within 5 weeks, you bring it back again? Which is more economical, Minister? Thank you so much. A new vehicle for Mitete will do and urgently required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Contrary to the assertion by the Honourable Member, having stated that this vehicle was actually procured just in 2019, this vehicle is truly still fit for purpose. It's just 5 years old, Madam Speaker. And what I will agree with the Honourable Member is that obviously what would be ideal is that if there were 2 motor vehicles in the district, obviously that would be useful to be able to offer relief when the other undergoes routine maintenance. And the ministry does have, plans to procure, more motor vehicles, So in the medium-term budget, we do actually have plans to procure 10 motor vehicles, and we do hope that when that time comes, we'll consider Mitete for another motor vehicle. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Since it's constituency-based, I see there are some interest, but for the sake of time, we'll move to the next question. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 198.
Honorable Member is 200. You are going back. You are in reverse.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Question number 200.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chairman North, Honourable Mutaya Charo, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, whether government has any plans to upgrade to bituminous standard the Chama Muyombe Road, which connects Chama and Mafinga districts. B, if so, what plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why? Our answer, Madam Speaker, is to A, the government has plans to rehabilitate to bituminous standard the Chama Muyombe Road, which connects Chama and Mafinga districts, once funds have been secured from the Treasury.
B, plans will be implemented once the Treasury secures the required funds. So Part C, therefore, is not applicable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that response. Minister, you are not categorical. You are merely saying that until funds are made available. So we don't know when these funds will be made available. Can you be precise? Is it this year, next year? At least that way we are going to the people of Muyombe and Kanyelele, I think they will have that hope that at least in this particular year, this road is going to be done. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a bit more information to the Honorable Member in the House. This is not a new requirement. The government initially awarded the works on the Chama Muyombe Road to Avic International at a contract sum of 369,383,470 kwacha tungwe on 9th May 2014. However, due to lack of funds then, the contract was terminated on mutual grounds on 19th October 2021. A procurement of a new road contractor to undertake the works will be embarked on once funds have been secured. And in the meantime, government is exploring various sources of financing the required works, such as cooperating partners. And in the interim, which is more important, RDA shall endeavor to ensure that the road is made safe for road users as major works are being awaited. But his follow-up question was to ask for a specific period when this will be worked on. Now, Madam Speaker, as the Honourable Member for Chama North is aware, that area around Chama, there are a number of interventions which government intends to get involved in. It's a question of setting priorities. There are certain priorities that at the moment may be ahead of this particular one. Now, as soon as there is space, that particular road to us is important. We shall embark on rehabilitating it. But everything is contingent upon availability of resources. At the moment, those resources are not available, and that's probably why our predecessors did not proceed with this project from 2014. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Chama South, the neighbor.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also thank the government. For the first time in Chama, we've been given a Zanis reporter. For the first time, for many, many years. So that part of the country now, the entire nation will be able to know what is taking place in Chama. We are very grateful as a people of Chama. Coming to the question, do you have any plans, Honorable Minister, Chama Muyombe Vwaza area, if you drive there, it is more like a track road, where it's more like a hunting road. Do you have any plans to just maybe make it a gravel road in the near future before thinking of making it into bituminous standard as an interim measure. Do you have such plans? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I've stated that in the interim, RDA will endeavor to ensure that the road is made safe for road users as major works are being awaited. I think the ultimate target is to make sure that it is bituminous, so that a greater use of the road will be made. Government has plans in those areas, including shortening the distance from Nakonde into Eastern Province. I think the two honorable members know what I'm talking about. But if those interim measures will require the use of gravel roads, that will be considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kamfinso.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure has taken quite some time to explain the history of this road, and I'm aware that many other members of Parliament have got pressing needs of roads that need to be done. Maybe my question, therefore, directed at the Minister would be, by now you have developed those annual work plans. By now you know which roads are for 2024. By now you know which roads are for 2025. By now you've picked your priorities as a ministry. Are you able to confirm, for the benefit of the Member of Parliament, in which annual work plan this particular road is sitting? Even if it's a 10-year road sector plan, at least the residents of Chama need to be guided. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, government's priority at the moment is to undertake the works that are necessary to ensure that our communities communicate, are able to travel on good roads. What we took over from, especially in that particular area, means that the need is greater than the resources that we have. So to start making plans for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, when you have such a pressing need to ensure that you have roads that are passable. During the rainy season, if you travel in that area, whether it is on this road, whether it is on Chama Matumbo Road itself after the Luangwa River, it's like you are driving through porridge. So we know the need to have roads done there. And that is why we are saying this particular road we shall ensure to make sure that it is passable, whilst we are waiting for more permanent work to be done. We are doing things on a priority basis. Long-term planning for now, when the need is so great, is difficult. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, that there are those plans to at least make a good gravel road. The people of Chama North will be very, very grateful because, as you know, Honorable Minister, Kanyelele, Muyombe, that area is highly productive. It's a food basket of this country. But you can't transport farming imports because of the poor road network. So it is our prayer that, because that road was once graded during KK, from that time in 1988 is when it was graded, up to this time that road has never been graded. So it's our appeal that please let's look at these economic roads which are going to add value to the economy of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. It was an appeal, so we can move to the next question. The Honorable Member for Lufubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 201.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Honorable Kolala, Member of Parliament for Lufubu, is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, whether government has plans to purchase motor vehicles for Chief Mukubwe and Chief Mwinona of Ngawe districts, and if so, when the plans will be implemented. Our response. Madam, government has plans to procure motor vehicles for chiefs, being cognizant of the transport challenges that the chiefs are facing. At B, the plans will be implemented subject to the availability of funds. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Lufubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister. It is known that in the previous government,
Order, Honorable Member for Lunte, you had disappeared. And now you are coming and saying point of order. Some of us are tired sitting here without a break. So what's the point of order, Honorable Member for Lunte?
Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 46 refers to the presence of a government chief whip. And I rise on this very serious point of order on the government chief whip. 46H, Madam Speaker, and I quote from the standing orders, assisting the presiding officers maintaining discipline in the House. Madam Speaker, discipline is a serious concept. It refers to understanding and adhering to decorum and the rules of the House. Madam Speaker, the Chief Whip, is he in order not to educate his members, in particular, Honorable Fred Chatla, that your institution has provided a bar, a clinic, and a library? Which facilities are here for honorable members of parliament, so that when you want to come on the floor of the House to ask an intelligent question, you go to research? Is the Chief Whip in order to fail to educate his member, Honorable Chatila, for him to think that the quorum collapses when the MP for Lunte leaves the House? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lunte, that's the problem of not being in the House. And the same standing orders you are referring to, there can never be a point of order on a point of order. The Honorable Member for Momba has already raised a point of order. So you cannot raise a point of order indirectly by bringing in the government chief whip. So your point of order is out of order. Supplementary questions, Honorable Member for Lufubu, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it is well known in the previous government, certain chiefs were bought vehicles. And the two chiefs from Mungabwe were left out. Can't you make it an urgent issue?
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
With us on Parliament Television, business has been suspended for 20 minutes, and at the time business was suspended, the House was considering question 201, which came from Mr. Kolala, who is a Lufubu Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And at the time business was suspended, the member for Lufubu was just finished, was about to conclude asking a follow-up question. So when business resumes, the member will continue asking a follow-up question. Kaza, let's quickly look at what else has been considered on the floor of the House, and business resumed at 14:30 this afternoon.
Yes, Paulson, when business resumed at 14:30 hours, the Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment, Honorable Collins Nzovu, did render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the update of the 2023 to 2024 rain season and the prolonged dry spells.
So I'll be able to share with you the details of that ministerial statement, and quite a number of members of parliament did pose follow-up question, because quite a number of constituents or provinces have been affected regarding the prolonged dry spell that the country is experiencing. So far, a total number of 5 questions have been considered on the floor of the House, and we still have a report that is yet to come. Maybe let's just share with our viewers the details of the report that will come from the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources.
This report will be presented by Mr. Michelo Kasauta, who is Wengwa Member of Parliament, urging that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 November 2023.
So when we come back, we'll be able to share with you the details of the questions that have already been considered on the floor of the House. For now, we'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll share with you the details of what has been considered on the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
My full names are Emmanuel Banda. I was born in 1978 on 10th of July in the University Teaching Hospital just here in Lusaka. And at the age of 7 years, my parents relocated to the village, which is in Eastern Province. By then it used to be Petauke district, now Sinda. I come from Chiefness Nyanje area of Sinda district, and both my parents are from the same chiefdom. So I started school in 1984 at Mtema Primary School, just next to Nyanje Hospital. And then I went to Katema Primary School, where I did my primary education up to 1991, when I wrote my grade 7 exams, and then went back to Nyanje Basic School by then for grade 8, and I had to be transferred, or rather I requested for a transfer to go to Chasa Basic School, where I did my grade 9 and I wrote the exam. 1994 I was selected to go for grade 10 at Petauke Secondary School, and that's where I basically did my senior level education up to 96, when I wrote my grade 12 exams. And 1997 I came to Lusaka to look for something that I could do, and I was unfortunate that I couldn't manage to either pursue my education further, and I ended up being a minibus conductor, and I was a minibus conductor to say from 1997, 98, 99 and 2000 probably. I started driving in 2000, and I became a minibus driver, driving for one of the local companies within Lusaka. And that's when I married, actually my first wife, and then I married her from Siavonga. That was in 2000, and I worked as a minibus driver from 2000 up to 2003, when the person I was working for appreciated my hard work by offering me the same minibus. Actually by then it was a loan, and I got that minibus. I bought another one, until I had about 5. Around 2004, 2005, I tried to work as a truck driver, the undertaking which did not take me long because I thought the environment was not conducive for me, especially that I was running my small business. So I had to come back. And in 2007, somewhere 2008 in February, the same gentleman who had employed me earlier as a minibus driver also employed me as a tipper truck driver. And whilst working with him, I worked from Sinazeze, I worked from Kafue, Katua, you know, that business of supplying sand. So in 2011, again the same gentleman decided to appreciate me now in a different way, because the first appreciation was like a loan, but this time it was a gift. He offered me the same truck that I was driving for him, and he gave it to me for free. Like, I've appreciated the way you have worked with me and things like that. So I became a truck owner. And it was whilst using that truck that I met a certain white man who hired me, who hired my truck, which I was driving to go and do some business in Serenje. And that's how I ended up in Serenje. That was in 2014. On 17th April, that's when I went to Serenje. And then I started doing my business from there of supplying and transporting until in 2015, after the death of President Sata, then I saw a chance of going into politics. Of course, I joined politics through UPND, and I worked with the UPND party up to 2016 when I first contested as their candidate parliamentary. I lost. Of course, I was new that time, and you know, the place where I just went for business. I continued working hard with the people there, as I took it that my family are those that were always close to me. And in 2021, during the adoptions, I was left and I had to decide, and I went as an independent until I ended up here as a member of parliament. My constituency is a vast constituency, and you know, it's a rural constituency. Yeah, it has got 12 wards, and 2 of the 12 wards are in the valley, that's Chisomo and Kavansa. And my constituency is being a rural constituency, I can say that the most activity there is farming, and we have a bit of mining also taking place, but mostly it's about agriculture. My developmental agenda, mostly I want to focus on roads so that the constituency is properly linked. Yeah, I want to develop the roads so that farmers can easily transport their farm produce to the markets, and also to attract other investors who can invest in farming and even to come and offer market for our farm produce. As you know, usually FRA doesn't buy everything, but when the roads are bad, then the prices are always, you know, reduced by those who comes to buy as private buyers. So I want to make sure that the roads are done so that even those who come and buy as private buyers should always give our people a good price. And then I'm also looking at the education system. You know, we have areas where people has to cover maybe up to 10-15 kilometers just to find the nearest primary school. And most of our schools as well were built around 1947 up to maybe 1964, somewhere there, and they are very dilapidated. So we need to renovate all those old schools. We need to put up more school infrastructure and a lot of staff houses, because most of the staff houses also, they are dilapidated, and most of our teachers have got nowhere to stay, as it is that the only solution now is to squat. In most cases they stay maybe some 2, 3, 4 kilometers away from the school premises, and that makes it very expensive for them to commute on a daily basis, going to teach and coming back. Yeah. Then I'm also looking at the healthy system. You know, I can take opportunity, I can take this as an opportunity even to make an appeal to government that Muchinga is in Serenje district, but Muchinga is big, and being a bigger constituency in the rural, It has got areas that are very far from the central business town of Serenge. We need to have at least 2 mini hospitals with ambulances that can be servicing our people. And those should be at Chivale. We need to have a hospital there. If not Chivale, we can have one at Nchimishi. And we also need to have another one at Muzamani, that is on the eastern part. Because the Muzamani one can be accessed by people from the valley in Kavansa, people from Masase, and people from Nakalengule. These are far-flung areas from the Serenge town. You know, the one that could be at Nchimishi, people of Kapeshi, Mukopa, Chisomo, and Kaseva, Sancha, all those people can access the one at Nchimishi. So I'm also looking at that angle from the government side, but we are not just sitting, we are planning and we are doing a lot of healthy, facilities in form of these simple health posts. And we also want to make sure that we provide accommodation for those that will come and work in these structures, facilities that we are trying to put up. Under the CDF, we also have got a plan to procure maybe 2 ambulances in these 5 years. One to be based on the western part of the constituency, that is in Chivale, and the other one to be based on the eastern part of the constituency, just like the way I want the hospitals to be constructed. This is going to ease the movements for our expecting mothers who in most cases have ended up losing lives because of moving long distances to access healthy facilities in Serenge. So basically, considering the works in my constituency, those are my priorities. Though I have other priorities. As you know that being a rural constituency, most of our people are poor, in short. So we are looking at how we can uplift their living standards. And this comes to when we talk of empowerment schemes. I've taken it upon myself that I should have a lot of cooperatives and clubs registered so that people are able to access these grants that we are offering, and also whatever government might be offering. You know, government has got a lot of things that they are offering, especially for the youths and the mothers. So we are doing all our best. We are doing everything that we can to make sure that our people, are united by way of belonging to clubs and cooperatives. Ku bantu aba mu Muchinga constituency not Muchinga province kuserenje ndefu yo kubakoseresha okutira ati tye ntubombere pamo tye ntuishi bokutira ati abantu n'obuteeko nga babombera pamo ero tukwata obuyantanshi nga twalolesha fyatu obuteeko wakula tupera obuyantanshi takuleko twalaya nifwe wabalashalira iringi obuyantanshi tukwata mu marural areas mulandu wakwe bati abantu limbi balalolesha fyo obuteeko wakula tupera kuli bali abakwata ku ishuko ya kusenda amafisipu tye ntubombeshe pakwe bati ushikwe obuteeko kalanda ati mwe namusumuka nomba tamwakula senda fisipu tatwakairishanye pantu nishinatwipangira fwe bene ndalama shakwa twakulashita mufundo pakwe bati abanesu bali abashiresenda kunomba na bene bakesesangako inchende yakwe bati batampa kokusendako ama fertilizers. So ichi chonse kuti chabombwa nga chakwe bati abantu twaikatana pamo ero twatampa kuchita appreciate fyo buteeko bulechita pali ino inchita yakuchita efficancy ama politics yawe ino ninchita yakubomba intungulushi ni wange omwafumine mukusala intungulushi ba kansela ba MP ba mayor ba president bapere ninchita babombe ishibenu kuchita engage intungulushi shenu nga neo MP wenu mulatuma amafoni ndasuka eko mulemfu aya ndesa nga naisa tyentulanchanye fyabu yantanshi notutampa okulanda ukutuka nangufisa nafisa olubuli tawatwale kuli konse nomba nga twaikatana fye pamo pakwa ati tubombe ifindi fyalaleeta obuyantanshi twaika twabika puno obuteeko tye tumone okutira ati twachita support obuteeko wesu twachita support intungulushi yesu ero apo nomba twalamu na obuyantanshi obusuma okwisa omikalire.
Honorable Joseph S. Munsanje, a Member of Parliament for Mbabara constituency in Choma, in the southern province of Zambia. I was working with in the non-governmental, international non-governmental sector, or in the development sector, basically. I worked as country director for Christian Brendan Mission, or CBM, a German international development and disability agency, for 2 years. And before that, I worked also with the SOS Children's Villages as a country director or national director for 4 years. And before that, I worked with Habitat for Humanity International for another 3 years. And then before that, Site Savers International for another 10 years. And Care International 4 years. Christian Child Fund 5 years, and I had a stint also of teaching at UNZA at one stage. I was a lecturer at UNZA for a period of almost a year. So my background has been mostly in international development, working with the governments and the communities to bring about change in the development sector. So I've studied development economics and the social work, and now a PhD at management in the area of development again. So my whole background is in the development sector.
Well, thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television Business, still on the 20 minutes health break. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering question 201, which came from Mr. Kolala, Lufu, Member of Parliament. It was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Member of Parliament for Lufubu was asking a follow-up question. So when business resumes, the member will continue asking the question.
And we do expect the House to consider one motion. This motion is a motion that will be moved by Mr. Kasauta Michelo, who is Wengwa Member of Parliament, urging that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISP 2018 to 2022, for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 November 2023.
In less than 2 minutes, business resumes, and when business resumed at 14:30, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Green Economy and the Environment, Honorable Engineer Collins Nzovu, MP, to render a ministerial statement, and the ministerial statement was on the 2023-2024 rainfall season performance and prolonged dry spell. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament seeking clarity by asking follow-up questions to the Minister, and we'll be able to share with you the details of that ministerial statement.
We must make mention that the House has so far considered 5 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74.
All right, so like I mentioned earlier on, the House is still on the 20 minutes health break, and when business resumes, the Member of Parliament for Lufubu, Mr. Kolala, will continue asking a follow-up question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, seeking clarity. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to purchase motor vehicles for Chief Mukubwe and Chief Mwinuna of Ngawe District, and if so, when the plans will be implemented. So now we'll cross over to the floor of the House for the business.
Madam Speaker.
be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. And when business resumes, we do expect Lufubu Member of Parliament, Mr. Wesley Kolala, to continue asking his supplementary question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Mr. Kasauta Mijelo, who is Wengwa Member of Parliament and Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, is expected to present a report urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th of November 2023. So shortly, business will resume once the quorum is constituted. As we're speaking, the bells are ringing. I'd like to say thank you so much to all of you that are watching Parliament Television via our platforms, and indeed I would like to acknowledge those of you that are following us on our Facebook page, the National Assembly of Zambia. Spread the news, like the page, and start following live proceedings, that's parliamentary proceedings. Seems like the quorum is constituted.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 201 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Lufubu, and the Honorable Member for Lufubu was asking a follow-up question. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the fact that the previous government were buying vehicles for other chiefs, it means the budget was there, the program was there. And the two chiefs were left out. Where has that budget gone?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the colleague, the MP, for that question, which is suggesting that there was a budget for procurement of vehicles for Royal Highnesses. I would like to correct that impression, Madam Speaker, unless he can produce the same budget line in any of the yellow papers, the yellow books that we have dealt with. Fortunately, I've been a member of Parliament for a long time. The historic perspective around this issue, Madam Speaker, is that during the Chiluba administration, may he so rest in peace, a decision was made by government to procure 30 vehicles, 3 vehicles per province that were to be stationed in the provincial administration office for chiefs to use on request when they wanted to go anywhere. Unfortunately, that arrangement could not sustain. And in 2008, there was a serious president who was elected to become head of state in the name of Levi Patrick Manawasa, may so rest in peace, who saw the dire need for the chiefs to have access to mobility via motor vehicles. And his administration, Madam Speaker, agreed that they must procure second-hand motor vehicles for all the chiefs in the country that were gazetted. And so members of staff from the ministry that was now Chiefs Affairs Ministry, I think standalone, did travel to Japan to look for these motor vehicles, and 200 motor vehicles were identified, and they were Prado make. The first 200 were brought, and nearly all the chiefs in the country received a motor vehicle each. And in 2012, the balance of 10 vehicles were also shipped. Madam Speaker, that was the very last time a budget line existed for this particular activity of buying chiefs' vehicles. So it is not true that there was a budget line that has since disappeared over the last few years. Madam, it is however true that in 2014, after the demise of President Michael Sata, may so rest in peace, another president came to be head of state in the name of President Edgar Lungu. And the fact of the matter is that, yes, some chiefs were given motor vehicles, but this activity was being done from State House and not from the ministry that I run. That is a fact. And so the criteria that was used to determine which chief was to receive a motor vehicle, I am not privy to. Suffice to say, there was evidence of consternation from those chiefs that may not have received the said motor vehicles. That information, if sought by this House, can be found in the office of the President at Red Brick, because they are the ones who have the detail of which chief received what motor vehicle. Ever since we took office, Madam Speaker, this issue of chiefs pushing for motor vehicle has been on my table, and we agreed that in the spirit of transparency and equity, we will, as a government, do what late President Levi Manwasa did by buying all the chiefs' motor vehicles at the same time, to the exclusion of no one. I must now state that I know of one chief who received a motor vehicle under our administration from Lundazi, from Chama, I'm sorry. I see the MP for Chama North is nodding his head. And this was a very exceptional circumstance because our Royal Highness is physically immobile, and I think he suffered some setback of leg amputation. And so he came here with the MP of the area. We had a meeting with the President, and the President said, please quickly facilitate for Chief Kambombo to have a motor vehicle because of his physical being. Madam Speaker, I hope that explanation suffices for the MP to understand that there was no budget line, there is no budget line, but the plans are there to make our chiefs mobile once again.
Thank you very much. I can see the Honorable Member for Lufuvu has another question. Honorable Member for Lufuvu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, with that perfect explanation and the history you've given us, which is showing that some chiefs have been favored under whatever circumstances it might have been, why can't the same favor be also given to my two chiefs who've been left out, even from all the governments you've mentioned, the good governments you've mentioned? They've been left out. Why can't it be a special case for them also? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, I would like to confirm here and now that all our chiefs in this country are very special. And there's no chief that is more special than the other. And because he asked a question that he suggested was discretional on those who gave the chiefs that benefited from that kind gesture from the PF administration in the last administration, which I can only suggest that it was for purposes of patronage. We are not in that state of mind. We are not in that state of mind of treating certain chiefs more chiefs than others, because the two chiefs, my chiefs from Mungabwe, are not the only ones, Madam Speaker, who were denied this facility. There were many more. And so I would like to request that the Honorable Member of Parliament sends a message to our two Royal Highnesses that it's a matter of time. This matter will be resolved, and it's resolved equitably. That's the word I used in my maiden answer, and equity has no other definition. It's equity. We would like to give all the chiefs, just in the manner we gave the CDF monitoring vehicles, it was all the constituencies. In the manner we gave the police vehicles, it was in all the constituencies. And the President of this Republic, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is not about to segregate some chiefs from others by way of giving them favors. That is their entitlement. It's a question of the availability of funds, and it's something that we are working on. And if you want to know, so that you can prove and hold me by my word, the description of the vehicle that we want to buy the chiefs is already known. And it's a Toyota Hilux 4x4 double cab. That's what we intend to buy our Royal Highnesses when that time comes. And they will all be rolled out at the same time, in the manner that we rolled out the other vehicles that I mentioned earlier on. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. With that answer, I think we don't need to push an open door. We can make progress. Notes of motion, the Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on 28th November 2023.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the motion is seconded.
Order, Honorable Member for Lufu. Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chama North. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, 2018 to 2022 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 November 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with its terms of reference as provided for in the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, the committee was tasked to scrutinize the audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP 2018 to 2022 specifically. Standing Order 198G provides that a portfolio committee shall consider special audit reports referred to it by the Speaker or a resolution of the House. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that members of this august House have taken time to read and familiarize themselves with the contents of the report. On that note, allow me to comment on some of the key findings that the committee came across during its engagement with various stakeholders when considering the audit report. Madam Speaker, from the outset, let me state that the importance of agriculture in every society cannot overemphasized. In this regard, in 2002, the Zambian government introduced the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP. The program was aimed at supporting vulnerable farmers with agricultural inputs with a view to alleviate poverty through improved food security. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note, however, that FISIP has faced a number of challenges in its implementation, a few of which I'll highlight. Madam Speaker, one of the key findings of the committee is that FISIP does not have a comprehensive legal framework in place to guide the weaning off of farmers from the program after the stipulated 3 years. You may wish to note, however, that no farmer has ever been weaned nor graduated from the program since its inception. The committee therefore strongly recommends that the government should urgently develop a clear legal framework that will guide the weaning off of farmers in order to afford other farmers an opportunity to benefit from the program. Madam Speaker, the committee also learned that the inputs provided to farmers are not adequate to sustain their lives after graduating from the program. In this vein, the committee recommends that the government should consider these two alternatives. The ministry should either increase the number of bags from the current 6 bags to 9 bags and maintain the wean-off period at 3 years, or maintain the 6 bags given to the farmers at present and increase the wean-off period to 5 years. Madam Speaker, the committee observed with great concern the practice of sharing inputs obtained from the program among farmers. The committee learned from its deliberations that farmers share inputs amongst themselves in order to assist other farmers who are not on the program. Madam Speaker, while this practice is carried out in good faith, it's important to note the negative effects that come with it. The committee observed that this practice contributed to the poor youths experienced in the country. In this regard, the committee urged the government to put up 10 measures that will curb this practice. Further, Madam Speaker, the committee notes that despite the provision of extension services being cardinal for the improvement of agricultural production and productivity, the services were not frequently carried out. The committee learned that this is because of the low staff levels of extension officers, Madam. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that the number of farmers in an agricultural camp exceeded the recommended ratio of 1 extension officer to 400. Farmers 1 to 400, but is rather at the ratio of 1 extension officer to 1,200 farmers plus. The committee finds the current ratio of 1 extension officer to 1,200 farmers plus unacceptable and thus urges the government to urgently recruit more extension officers. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to place on record the gratitude of the committee to all stakeholders who tendered both written and oral submissions. The committee also wishes to thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for your guidance and support rendered to it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder want to wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to second this particular report. But first and foremost, I want to thank the chairperson, the one who presented this report, the Committee on Agriculture, your office, for the support which was given to this committee to undertake this mammoth task. Madam Speaker, we are alive to the fact that the agriculture sector continues to play a key role in Zambia's economic development. And when the committee was interacting with various stakeholders, witnesses, and also our colleagues from the Office of the Auditor General. It was discovered that the Farmer Input Support Program faces enormous challenges. I'll go straight to e-voucher. The e-voucher is a program which was designed, a well-intended program designed to help farmers to diversify instead of just depending on a maize seed. But it has met a lot of challenges, especially in rural areas. The challenges which have been associated with the e-voucher is that poor network in most rural districts, which has been making it very, very difficult for our farmers to redeem their inputs. And also the challenges, you find that maybe the majority of our people, old people, in rural, old people beneficiaries, they forget the PIN codes and so on, and that it was becoming very difficult for them to access the same. And also the agro dealers, some agro dealers took advantage of our vulnerable farmers to actually reap where they did not sow. So I think the government should overhaul the whole process so that it can meet its objective. Madam Speaker, also the challenge which has been confronting the development of agriculture sector in this country is failure to consider agroecological regions. You find that the Ministry of Agriculture distributes fertilizer and other seeds without taking into account the soil in those respective places, because the Ministry of Agriculture is supposed to have a mapping process so that we know that in this area, this is the type of fertilizer which is needed, this is the type of seeds which are needed. But what is happening, it is across the board. So that really is compromising food security in the country, and that's why you find that our farmers are not able to graduate to higher income brackets, because they are not able to maximize on their investment. So I think this is very important that if it has to achieve FISIP has to achieve its objective, I think these are the areas which the Ministry of Agriculture must seriously address. Madam Speaker, the other source of concern is the poor quality of seed and farming inputs, which some of these suppliers have been supplying. You find that there are some companies which were mentioned in the Auditor General's report, where they were supplying substandard fertilizer, substandard seed, which actually undermines the growth of this sector. I think there is a need that we must put in place punitive measures for those companies who want to reap where they don't sow, supplying poor standard seed and fertilizer. In Malawi, the government has introduced very punitive action against those people who supply fake seeds to farmers. So I feel that this is a very, very serious concern. Madam Speaker, we have so many companies. Alpha Commodity was mentioned, Neria Investment were mentioned in the audit report, that they supplied substandard farming inputs which did not meet the Ministry of Agriculture technical specifications. So, but to our surprise, the government has continued to award contracts to the same companies which have failed the people of this country. We continue to give them tenders as if we don't have other companies which can do the same. So these are very serious concerns, Madam Speaker. I'll give an example. AfriSeed recently distributed the maize seed in many areas of this country. In Chama North and Chama South, for this farming season, 986 farmers, their seeds could not germinate. up to this time, those farmers have not been compensated. So I think there's need that we must take a very serious action over this matter. Madam Speaker, we also notice that there's absence of monitoring and evaluation unit at the Ministry of Agriculture. There is need that the ministry must put up this particular unit, which is able actually to administer the way the farmer input is being implemented. We need a focal point who will be able to ensure that FISIP is properly implemented and ensure that the Ministry of Finance releases the money timely, because most of the time money maybe is released very late and our farmers, they get farming inputs very late and they are not able to plan adequately for the farming season. Madam Speaker, the other challenge is on the insurance cover. The Audit General's report highlighted that the insurance cover is very little, that is not commensurate with the loss. We have now a big problem of drought. You find that those farmers who actually have insured, but what they get from these insurance companies is nothing. A farmer cannot do anything. So I think it is important that these insurance companies must be engaged and ensure that the compensation they give to our people must be enough, so that even when they lose these crops, these insurance companies should be able to adequately compensate our farmers. And there is also need for sensitization in terms of the insurance. So I think the issue of insurance has become more critical now. So our appeal is that the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we give information to farmers so that they know the need of insuring their crops. So with these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I second this motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Shuangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a few comments on this very interesting report. And I want to start by commending the chairperson and his team for the way they scrutinized this audit report, which did a performance audit and rendered a report on the FISP program from 2018 to 2022. Madam Speaker, the contents of this report are very interesting, and that last year and last season, when we were lamenting on some of these things, we knew what was obtaining on the ground. And so the report just spoke to exactly the challenges that are on the ground. I'll start with the issues raised on page 3 and 4, which the chairperson spoke to, this issue of winning farmers from the program. Yes, indeed, there may not be a legal framework which guides the ministry or indeed those that are implementing this program in various provinces on how to start winning the program, winning our farmers from the program. But what this will require, Honourable Minister, and our desire as a way of guiding, as giving advice, is that as you look at this issue of winning of farmers, you have to holistically look at all the programs that are meant to support our farmers, including those that are under the social safety net programs of the community, Ministry of Community Development. Because then you'll be able to understand which farmers have got potential and can be graduated gradually with the recommendations that have come from the report, where they are encouraging the increase of farming number of bags, for example, to be given to the farmers. On one hand, there are those farmers who cannot graduate. Their vulnerability does not entail that they can graduate. And what is unfortunate now, is the haphazard way of winning off farmers, where people are just looked at and say, these ones have been have been on the program for a long time, you are weaned off. And there's no measure to put in place in order to sustain those farmers who are now being consigned to permanent poverty. So it's very important, Honorable Minister, that you take in interest in the recommendations that have come in the report. Briefly, the issue of discrepancies between those farmers who are under the direct support and those that were on the e-voucher. Yes, indeed, in an economy like ours, where the prices of inputs are changing every other day because they are imported, it's very difficult to implement the e-voucher because the prices will be changing. And if you don't lock the price of how much inputs can go with a card, these people will be disadvantaged, whichever way you look at it. So you must find a mechanism which will lock the cost component of the inputs that anyone can access using the e-voucher. On page 6, there's the issue of food security, food and nutrition security. And like the chairperson says, the food and security at household level and national level is already compromised. And the reason is, one of the reasons is what has been highlighted by the chairperson. We lamented here several times, Honorable Minister, telling you that your farmers are now forced to share inputs in medals. And I'm happy that the Speaker saw it's desirable for you to render, I don't know how many ministerial statements. I shouldn't say we are being vindicated, but this is the reality on the ground. And indeed, this is a challenge now we are grappling with. This is a challenge we are grappling with. The other day someone was showing us, Madam Speaker, how now Pamela has been officially launched in our chain stores. 1 kg Pamela is now costing 15 kwacha. This is the result. So the food security at national level is heavily compromised. Why? Because we didn't attend to these issues. And this House, Madam Speaker, my colleagues on your right-hand side and all of us behind here have got a corrective responsibility. And most of us here are rural MPs. We know what our farmers are grappling with. And so when there's a challenge, we must collectively stand out and protect our people. Because this issue could have been avoided if it received attention at the time we were raising it. The issue of sharing input by our farmers has been a very serious challenge on the ground, Madam Speaker. And so, that coupled with the issue that second of the motion spoke to, this issue of not taking into account the agroecology regions. How are the rain patterns in this country? Today, our honorable colleague, the Minister of Green Economy, was belaboring the point of how the negative weather patterns are going to affect the production this year. We lamented here again and said the distribution of farming inputs should not just be equitable. We must take into account this agroecology. Which areas have got sustainable? If you talk to the honorable people from Sorwezi, he will tell you that the rains are pouring everywhere and other areas are dry. So what would be the point to take farming inputs in areas where you know you are going to experience dry spells and leaving those areas where you are guaranteed of rainfall? So these are the issues that we need to take into account, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about these things, we are not in any way trying to politic. The issue of contributions by our farmers, it has been at 400 kwacha. Yes, indeed, 400 kwacha would look like insignificant insofar as the program is concerned. But those of us who are villagers know how difficult it is for farmers to put up these amounts. I appreciate the proposal coming from your committee of saying that this amount should be increased to 600. But that might even pose the more challenge Because even with the 400 kwacha, Madam Speaker, people have to put money together in order to contribute. When the inputs come, they have no choice but to share. So we are consigning our farmers who are supposed to be productive and feed the nation and avoid this scenario where we are seeing the Pamelas now being on the official shelves of our chain stores. Our farmers have got potential to feed the nation. But if we don't put things right, we shall be going around in circles, Madam Speaker, and the cost of living, and especially food security, will be continuously compromised. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Nyimba to contribute in what they do. And since they are beneficiaries of FISIP, and they know the challenges which FISIP is having these days. Madam Speaker, thank you, Chair, for the well-presented report. And Seconder, thank you so much, because you've said, and your findings have been clear and to the point. Madam Speaker, talking about the FISIP subscription, I'm a realistic person, because I know I live in Nyimba, born in Nyimba, and understand from the Kaunda setup of Rima Bank to the current FISIP initiative, and to the more modern one which my brother, the Honorable Mtoro, has brought, the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program. I'm appreciating all these things. But let me start with FISIP. We need to be realistic. 400 kwacha contribution to FISIP, and you give a farmer 6 bags or 4 bags. Surely I've seen people out there getting the FISIP fertilizer and sell it. That is what is happening. You can argue, but I've seen, and the people are buying are those well-to-do people. At the end of the day, we keep on producing low yield from our farms. Because a normal person knows that if I've got 6 bags, sure, I'm not going to cultivate 5 hectares. I'll do a minimum hectare for me to produce enough or maximum yield from that piece of land. Now, what has happened is, are we going to go ahead, go on with a 400 kwacha contribution? That is wrong. Today, the farmers in Nyimba, Madam Speaker, if you go at Indobank, they are queuing up for the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program, where Indobank is giving out this money for the farmers. And for them, they are saying, the middle class, should I say, we need to segment the farmers unless you don't understand what it is all about. If you look at the farmers who are in between the peasant and the middle class farmer, should I say, they are preferring this setup where they'll collect fertilizer, collect seed and quality seed and grow. But this issue of the 400 to those peasant farmers, the biggest culprit have been the extension officers. These are the biggest criminals, sorry to use that word, but these are abusing the small-scale farmers by providing the people who should buy the same FISIP fertilizer they are giving out. And government on this one, they have been sleeping. Luckily, last year we were given some little powers by the minister so that we can look at this. I think you need to do more than this. This time, Madam Speaker, we need to be talking about agriculture, climate smart agriculture. Because if you look what is happening today, drought has come to stay. We need to start adjusting ourselves. These are the times, especially you colleagues from the executives, that you should start looking at damming this country. If you are going to sit there waiting for God to provide lands, God will provide lands, but we have destroyed this country by cutting down our trees. This is the time, as a country, we should start thinking of planting trees. especially in the areas of Eastern Province, areas of the entire Southern Province. We need to start planting trees. Then we are going to expect the lands to have favorable lands. But as it is now, we need to change the way we are doing things. Minister of Agriculture, on this one, I urge you to see to it that let the Agriculture Extension Officers start doing their jobs. Their jobs are not just to distribute fertilizer and arrange the buyers of the same fertilizer they arrange. They need to start teaching our farmers smart agriculture systems. Because where we are now, whether we like it or not, if we don't go this route, surely I can promise you that in the next 3 years, this country will be importing GMOs from South Africa. And we don't need this. We don't need GMO meal coming from South Africa. So, what you need to do, Minister, can we invest in damming? The next year's budget, let's dam this country. When we dam this country, let's support farmers in those areas where we've dammed, and we're going to produce more. There is no way. I understand my colleagues from Luapula province, they are so lazy in terms of cultivation. We need to help them out and teach them because they're having the lands. Northwestern province, we need to do much, either investing in education and train people to do massive agriculture.
Order, Honorable Member for Nyimba. The honorable members from Rapula are protesting when you say that they are lazy. So please, can you withdraw that word?
Chair, they can, Madam Speaker, they can protest if they so wishes. They are so lazy. They are here. Am I cheating?
Order, honorable member for. Order, honorable member for Nyimba. You do Chimbuya outside. Cousinship, you do it outside, not on the floor of the House. And when you are guided to withdraw, please do comply. Can you withdraw?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the weight that my colleagues from Luapula province are lazy, and I hope they understand that I've withdrawn. They can stop protesting. Madam Speaker, I apologize because of the Vice President. Madam Speaker, we need also to develop the areas in Luapula. We need to encourage our colleagues today. Why are we importing farming, Madam Speaker? Fishing is also farming. And this can bring a lot of forex in this country, which we die in need of. We need to promote caging farming, fish farming in this province. And this is the reason why I use that term which I apologized for. So what I'm asking, Minister of Agriculture, you've got the capacity, you understand this industry. You know where we are lacking. Please, I still ask for that $300 million, if it's still there. Can we dam the country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Kalomo Central.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Honorable Kasauta, for the report. Surely, agriculture is a game changer. We need to be preparing far much better than we do now. I know we do prepare, but from the way the climate change is changing, we need to change very fast and prepare in a better way. We have always, as a country, talked about irrigation, but it has ended as a rhetoric. South Africa produces 3.4 million metric tons of maize, which we produce here from natural rains, and they produce it from irrigation. If we played our cards very well, we would produce all the maize we need and even export from irrigation. But I've heard the term winter maize, irrigation, but you go on the ground, nothing happens. If I look at the 300 million we took to the farming block, we could have used it for irrigation. If we took it for irrigation, their farmers know how to grow maize. We wouldn't be in the situation where we are now. Now we have a drought, severe one, in places where people are farming. Farming is in many areas, like somebody said. Some people farm through fish farming. Some people farm in different crops. And there are other provinces that have specialized in maize growing. So what I'm trying to say is, I think we really need to take irrigation very, very seriously. And we want to see practical steps towards that, where we can teach our peasant farmers to now go and start irrigation. Build dams. If, for instance, we gave even each constituency 10, 15 dams, that would have made a huge difference. And then teach them, give them capital to start irrigation would be at a different level. Our neighboring countries, DR Congo, Kenya, many other countries around us, they need maize. They feed on maize. And the market is readily available. And we have ready land available. We are not even harvesting the water that we get. It's going to waste. But if we had prepared dams, we would have the water that would turn around the soil, grow maize more, and even export using irrigation, winter maize. Even our farming methods, I'm not talking about GM, the same plow my grandfather was using to plow is the same plow we are using. We talk of technology on paper, but we don't take it to the ground. I have seen a number of machines that even the Chinese use. Just very simple. You put 5 liters of fuel. One person, you can do excellent plowing within a short period. But we still use, when we go to mechanized type of farming, it's too expensive for the farmer. There are simpler machines that even in this country we can invent if we invested in science. So there is need now because nature is moving too fast. It's catching up with us, we are remaining behind. We talk and we don't do more. Can we get our acts together? When we talk of winter maize irrigation, let us be serious with it. One good thing about farming, you cannot hide. You cannot hide with farming. It's like a pregnancy. You can hide it at the beginning, eventually people see it. It's the same thing with farming. When you are dealing with the farming, time must be followed. You don't follow time, you crash. You don't work, you don't work according to what is planned for, you crash. So time is very important, and the methods we are using are also very, very important. So we are in a situation where now we need to get our acts together so that we don't always come and solve a crisis. We need to prevent ourselves from such crises by preparing well and by doing what we say. So really, I think we have talked along with the irrigation, winter maize, but have not seen that. But how is South Africa managing? How is South Africa managing to grow all the maize that we grow here using irrigation? They grow double. From natural rains, they harvest more. And they are able to export, which Zambia can equally do if we put our acts together. So I think time has come now when we need to be very practical, follow time. The people who know to grow maize are plenty of them. So really I thought with these few words, even the extension officers that come, they have quite some challenges. Some of them don't go to work where they are supposed to. They will be in town, in rural areas, they are complaining. Yes, people might say you need CDF. I have a few cases where in my constituents, houses for extension officers are there. But they still come from time, and farmers will complain. You go, you talk to the staff, it doesn't change. I don't know whether they are forced to go into agriculture or it's something in them. Because these complaints, even the member of parliament for Dundumwez is my witness here. We have had extension workers that don't want to go to live in the rural areas, even when houses are built. Yes, the houses are few, but they don't want to go there. You report to their bosses, still more, not much change. So really, I think it's a good idea of taking extension officers, but these extension officers must be properly trained. They should not be trained using the same old methods which our grandfathers used. No, times have changed. They must also be in their syllabus, include technology, include methods that are better than what we're using now. you know? And why can't also they come up with even formula where we can use cow dung and other materials to make manure? Manure is not very complicated. Where is the science? Why do we have to depend all the time on fertilizer? You know, we have a lot of cow dung, and the scientists here are not doing us any favor. Scientists could have actually come up with manure that is even more reasonable, better than fertilizer. Why should we get fertilizer from all the way from Ukraine? Of course, now compound D is made in the country. But we need our scientists also to come with other alternative manures that we can use in growing these crops. So these extension officers should be retrained so that they are compatible to the demands of the current situation in farming, not the same old system. With these few words, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as we debate, we have a report before us. Let's stick more to the report. The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me just to thank the members of the committee, the chairperson, and as well as the seconder. Madam Speaker, I note that from the committee observes that agriculture is not only something that guarantees food security, but also it is able to contribute to the growth of the economy by contributing to the GDP. Us as an emerging agricultural district, notwithstanding some of the challenges that we've been facing, such as human-animal conflict, our district, we're looking forward to ensure that at least, agriculture is moved. Having said that, allow me just to comment on the winning off period. The people of Fera are of the view that at the moment, the idea of the 3-year winning off, or even 5 years that has been suggested, appears to be good on paper. But the reality is on the ground. Our farmers, because we are talking about small-scale farmers or peasant farmers, and I think that is very important. Because winning off does not mean abandoning a farmer. By winning off, it should be a situation where a farmer has been weaned off, continues even better than when they receive the support of FISIP. For me, our suggestion is that, yes, we also need to increase the bags of fertilizer to 9, but also, unlike the recommendation in the report, we need also to increase the winning off period to 5 years. We say this because it's very important that the farmer need to know at least the first 2 years may be problematic and may be able to pick up in the last 3 years. But with 3 years, definitely it's not enough. But also, we need to take note that 6 bags, this is basically more or less subsistence farming, because there's nothing really one can talk about in terms of business, because farming at the same time must be a business. So my view is that the committee should have considered, or we should look at increasing not only the 5 years, 3 years to 5 years as winning off period, but also we need to increase the bags of fertilizer from 6 to 9. At the same time, we cannot stick to 1 million people, 1,020,000 people, as the only target. We know very well that the number of farmers is bigger than that. And we should look at 2 million beneficiaries to benefit from the FISIP program. And to that effect, we will also at the end of the day, because this is an investment anyway, so government should not look at that number from an expense side of it, but as an investment side of issues. Because as we have seen, from what has happened, from the 1.1 million beneficiaries, we do not necessarily have enough for ourselves to eat. Last year, clearly, we made a big mistake, and it's something that we need to accept. We were excited about exporting our food. Now, if we have these 2 million beneficiaries, and at the same time we have 5-year winning off period and 9 bags of fertilizer increase, then we should be able to achieve that. So therefore, I'm of the view that different from what has been actually proposed. Now, We've heard the proposal, and I was very uncomfortable with the comprehensive agricultural support, or whatever it is being called. The FISI program has survived one government or one regime to another, from the MMD and clearly perhaps from the UNIP era. We don't need to abandon it and come up with something new. When a system is working, the current FISI program works all it needs. All these, even all these EU voucher and so on, what needs to be done, if there are minor things that are not working, we need to improve upon that instead of abandoning the same. I'm also saddened, Madam Speaker, and I must put it on record that, there are suppliers who have been involved in these FISI programs that have actually not been meeting the conditions. However, the government has continued to engage them. This is very serious. We've been told that, our current government is actually very methodical and also works. But with this report, clearly, I think, it's just lip service, and we've failed to show that, we do this. Those suppliers, in 2024, we do not wish to see them on as part of the suppliers. Madam Speaker, I do not wish to say much. Let me just conclude by saying that the input supply or distribution should start as early as possible. Immediately one farming season has ended, we should be able to start, distributing for the next season. We can't wait. Is it that we are under financial pressure that, we have to wait until it's too late? We have a little pressure with farmers, that's when we start doing. So I'm of the view that actually we need to do that. With all these things, we'll find that we'll be a food export country rather than, an import, as we have. And, for many years, Zambia has not imported food, but now we are talking about importing from South Africa. And I think that that is a sad development for this country. Having said that, in those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chienge an opportunity to add a voice to this very important report, which is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, coming from a rural constituency, I want to say that indeed it's important that our people start graduating from FISIP. But how are they going to graduate? What system that the government is going to put in place? Because you see, Madam Speaker, you find that our people, like in Chienge, they depend on FISIP. The reason is there is no way you can get the farm imports to Chienge due to bad road infrastructure, and also the pricing will be a killer price. The people of Chienge and Lower Pla are hard-working people. We have a lot of land, plenty of land, where we are unable to even to access, maybe to use a tractor because of the way of accessing this. So for the government to start talking of weaning off the farmers, I think first they need to do a lot of sensitization, because this will bring a bad name on the current government. Whether they like it or not, it will be just like that. They need to go out there, talk to our people where we come from as members of parliament in rural areas, and explain to them, and also put in place what are the steps that they're going to use in order to help them. Madam Speaker, because these people, they only contribute something like 450, and a bag of urea now is 1,000 plus. And that's in town. Now, to take it to Chienge, it means somebody has to prepare 1,200. Where will they get that kind of money to have 8 bags to put in 1 hectare? So it's very important that we understand this food we eat in Zambia is not produced by commercial farmers. It's these peasant farmers, when we bring together the tonnage, then it's brought to the millers. That's how it's been happening. For example, Chienge, I think it was 2 years ago, they produced more than 30,000 bags. More than. So now when you put together those small numbers, These are the people, whether from Southern Province, Western, Eastern, when you put together, they are the ones, if anything, who feed the nation. If you look at most of these commercial farmers, most of them, the maize that they grow is for animal feed. So it's important that we look into the weather, how are we going to help our people? Priority first should be given to the locals, the suffering masses. We are weaning them off. These are hard times. What are we going to do for them to help them? Even if today we say we wean off those who've been on this program for the past 100 years, even those who are coming, because the system itself has not been prepared well, whereby our people would be able to know that after 5 years, like any other member of parliament knows, after 4 years, I need to start for either exit or my return. Now, this has not been in their mind. So for me, I would want to urge the government, please put something first in place. Don't use radio stations where you speak in English. Speak in their vernacular languages. Involve also members of parliament. Let this be the most intensified campaign. Members should go on the ground, because it will be entirely up to any member of parliament to either accept or not. I personally am ready, given a chance, go and do rallies, explain to the farmers together with the DACOs and others. This is the situation. So, and then, of course, people ask, so when we are weaned, what next? We need to have answers. What is likely to take place thereafter, Madam Speaker? Then we can talk of winning these people. This is, the FISIP has been draining and also stressing the national treasury. So we have to come up with a strategy, how we're going to make sure that this time around, when the money or the farm inputs are given to our people, we are able to get something worth something that the government, can try to cushion the monies that have been going out. So this is what I wanted just to say. Please, Honorable Minister, together with other technocrats and the members of parliament, let's come together. How are we going to reach out to our people? We should not just throw them out like that. We should do a lot of campaigns where they will have a chance to ask questions. Don't go and pick a group of cooperative chairperson come. The information that they want to deliver to their colleagues will be distorted. Let us go out as national leaders, explain to our people the steps that will be taken to win them, and also what is likely, how is the government going to help them. Madam Speaker, with a few words that I've just said, I hope the Minister and the Executive take note. It's very important that we put something, in place that will make our people feel comfortable, though it will be a bit of painful, but they'll be comfortable, they'll understand. Even a child in the home, they reach a stage where they need to grow up. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the chairperson of the committee for this report that has been presented in a manner that is so good. I would like also to thank the seconder of the report. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I would like to mention that the objective of the FISIP program was to enhance household food security, and of course, cumulatively, this would now culminate into a national food security. But of course, the report that has been presented, I think, paints a very grim picture of the FISIP program. And this is unfortunate because the FISIP program gobbles so much of the agricultural budget. Together, the FRI and the FISIP program take almost 3/4 of the agricultural budget. And if the FISIP program performs so dismally, I think it's something that is very unfortunate. But I think the report of your committee, what it does, it brings something that I think maybe the Minister of Agriculture is supposed to pay attention to. That is, it is asking for an agricultural sector that is responsive to the agricultural systems, and by agricultural systems, I mean the farming systems that we have in the country, as well as the agroecological regions that we have. And this also entails that the FISIP is supposed to bring into
consideration the different types of inputs that are required in the different regions that we have. I think in trying to amplify this factor, I think I'll try to speak to the issue that is in my constituents. My constituents, that is Congo constituents, has what we call wetlands. But when you look at how the FISI program is trying to respond to that particular region, it is such that we are put on the tail end of this program. What do I mean? Congo, during this period that is under review, we are only given 15 parks, meaning that there are only 15 farmers that were on the FISI program. But when you look at the nature of our agriculture there, the wetlands that we have are such a system which you could have used to grow more maize. Because for the wetlands, it means you can, as long as you start early, you can have a good harvest in terms of maize. But that is not the case. So I think my appeal to the Minister of Agriculture is, Western Province, I know, received the list in terms of agricultural parks, but I think we can get more because there's a system that we use there. We have wetlands as well as what we call Litapa and Mazulu. So these two systems have been used from time immemorial to grow crops for ourselves. And we ask that, can we also get a fair share? I know you increased from 15 packs to 300 packs under the new Dawn administration, but that is still not enough for us. I think we're asking for something like maybe 10,000 farmers in Congo only, because we have almost about over 20,000 small-scale farmers out of a population of over 60,000. Something that is very important to mention here, Madam Speaker, is this report that we are talking about is referring to a period from 2018 to 2022. So I've heard colleagues that have debated trying to paint a bad picture as if it's during this period that we have seen bad things happening, or maybe the FISI program has performed badly during the UPN administration. That is not the case. The report that we are debating is referring to 2018 to 2022, three-quarters of which period fell under the previous administration. So meaning that we had problems of winning of farmers under the PF administration. We had problems of sharing of inputs under the PF administration. We had problems of late delivery of inputs under the PF administration. We had problems of the e-voucher under the PF administration. So what we need to do, Minister of Agriculture, is to take into considerations the recommendations coming from the committee, which in my case are very progressive. Maybe we need to also ask ourselves hard questions. When you look at the e-voucher program, as compared to the direct input support, I think farmers are more comfortable and receptive to the direct input support. The e-voucher program or system that we are using is good theoretically, but I think practically I feel it is not, we are not yet there to utilize this system because it requires a lot of issues to be put in place. We are talking about infrastructure in terms of the internet, the connectivity, even in terms of roads. We are talking about agro, these people who are into the agro dealers to be everywhere. But I think we haven't yet reached that system, that place to be able to use this system. Maybe we need to consider it as we develop these issues that we have highlighted. The other issue that I want to speak to is the CASIP, which I know the new Dawn administration has introduced, is a good thing. But I think it's also important to mention that the CASIP does not take away the FISIP. The CASIP simply expands the FISIP program in terms of increasing crop diversification. The CASIP now gives you an opportunity, or gives our farmers an opportunity to grow more than just maize. So I think it should be appreciated and not condemned. Finally, I think maybe I want to mention that timeliness of delivery of inputs is very important, but I think this hinges on at which point do we do the procurement process for the inputs. Just like my colleague from FEIRA had mentioned, I think it's important that we begin to put in place a procurement system of our inputs as early as possible, maybe even now. so that we'll be able to give our farmers the inputs around August, somewhere there. So that even us who come from areas where we want to do agriculture before the onset of the rains around September, we do our wetland farming, we'll be able to take advantage of that before the rains come. And also, if the inputs are delivered in time, we'll be able to also do the mazulus. That is why you plant on lands that are a bit high, so that before the floods come, you find that the crop has matured. So that we'll be able also to add to the agricultural productivity of our country. Finally, I think I also want to mention that we appreciate from as Congo the fact that we have also introduced rice into the FISI program. But I think, can we separate? When you are giving us inputs, give us farmers who are going to deal with rice on their own, and farmers who are going to deal with maize on their own. Because on our rice, we don't need fertilizer. All we need is just the seed. And if we do that, then definitely we'll make sure that we are going to have an agricultural system that is able to feed the nation. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at time. If I do another round of 3, that will leave us without much time to conclude this motion. But I'm requesting the honorable members to use 4 minutes, the next 3 to use 4 minutes. So we start with the honorable member from Sazara. The honorable member for Chilubi has left. So the honorable member from Sazara, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the chairperson of this committee and your seconder, and the entire committee for this report to this House. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to recommend the committee on the point that they have recommended to the executive that let's have a phased approach on FISIP, which is a very good idea, but I have some reservation that we need, as we want to put these farmers on phased approach, let's give them enough fertilizer and at the right time, so that we don't deprive their opportunity. The other point, Madam Speaker, that I want to agree with the committee is that it is true farmers are sharing these inputs. Why are they sharing these inputs? It's because each and every farmer who want to grow maize, they really want to have fertilizer in their field. So they share this fertilizer because they have interest to do farming. So it is a challenge that farmers are posing to the executive, that we are not lazy people, but we need the input so that we can grow these maize. So it is a challenge to this government that our people are not lazy, and our people, they don't need free things, but they want to be empowered. The other point, Madam Speaker, that I want to agree with the committee is that it is true that we need to increase the contribution to 600 kwacha. But it is also true, Madam Speaker, that as we are increasing the contribution, we increase the number of bags. And this number of bags should also translate into the increase in the inputs or in the packs that we'll give to each and every constituency or a district, so that we have more people who are going to benefit and to participate in this food crisis. We are a country with potential to produce more food, but what is lacking is this commitment from our government. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to also recommend the committee, when they talked about the loan window component, it is true, Madam Speaker, that our people, even now, they are still queuing in banks to get these loans so that they can have a better harvest. So I would like to urge the government that in next year planning, let them prioritize this component, because the banks are the ones who have delayed our farmers to get these funds so that they can buy fertilizer at the right time. And lastly, this amount of loans, let's not seal it at 60. Let's put a budget that even those farmers who want to upgrade, not only depending on this loan, if they want to, or maybe on the rains from God, but they can also go to buy equipment that will help them do winter farming. As we are all witnessing the change of our weather or climate change, we need to plan ahead so that our people can truly benefit from this one. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Muchinga.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And through you, allow me to thank the chairperson for the well presented report. I just have got a few things also to add. And some of the things that I want to mention here that it's true, Madam Speaker, that there is sharing of fertilizer by our farmers. And it's because a lot of them have overstayed. So indeed, as the chairperson put it, there is need to do the weaning off. But my proposal to this, or addition, would be that, first of all, the number of bags per pack should be increased to about 10. And then the weaning process should be a gradual one, like for 4 years, a person is a beneficiary of 10 bags. And then there are those that should be getting maybe 4. When those that are getting 10 are being weaned off, those that are getting 4 should be upgraded. This is going to give chance and is going to help them to plan as to how they proceed once they are completely weaned off. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that there are some situations where you find that a cooperative of maybe 50 people is allocated just maybe 20 packs, less than half. This has also contributed a lot to our farmers, not to produce enough. At least if a cooperative of 50 people is allocated more than half the number of packs compared to the number of members, this is also going to be an advantage that even when it comes to winning, it will be very easy for them to accept that, okay, we have benefited, now we are ready to go. And there should be stringent measures put in place, because it is true that most of our members will be receiving fertilizer, and just from there, they are also selling off the fertilizer. It's very bad that most people get the fertilizer which they don't use, and yet those who may have the plans to use the fertilizer are not getting it. So strong measures should be put in place by the government to make sure that whoever benefits the fertilizer should be able to use it and make sure that he contributes to the national food security and that also at family level. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi, 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say a few things. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee chairperson and the one who, and also the chairman for this committee, and also the one who seconded on this issue. Madam Speaker, I want to state that this committee, I want to thank the chairperson and his committee for visiting Dundumwezi for the first time in the history of this country under the new Dawn government, courtesy of Musika. Madam Speaker, when you're talking about agriculture and then you leave out places like Dundumwezi, then it means you don't know what you are talking about. Now, allow me to say a few things. Madam Speaker, the minister has made milestone in this sector. First of all, we should know what this FISIP program was made for. Even when you take a person, Madam Speaker, to the hospital, you don't just start giving Panadol, strong medication. You take that patient slowly. You take the blood pressure, you take everything. So when you look at how the new dawn has started improving in this sector, one, what did they do? The first thing that they did was to ensure, through this minister, was to ensure that all provinces, all those who are on FISIP program, got equal amounts of the inputs. That is the first thing. Secondly, you also note that the following year, they had to stimulate the sector by increasing the price from 180 to 280. What is this doing, Madam Speaker? It now invites even those who are not serious in this sector to come on board. Now, what are we supposed to do to ensure that we thrive? One, Honorable Minister, we should ensure that the extension officers are given transport. The extension officers are given small fields for demonstrations. Agriculture, you don't do agriculture by reading books, you do it by practicing it. So even in the last debate, I did indicate that can we give extension officers small fields for doing demonstration? Lastly, Madam Speaker, start the procurement processes now. We don't have to wait. Once we do that, most of these issues, Madam Speaker, will go. Number two, ensure, Honorable Minister, that extension officers are right up where they are supposed to be. Your camps are too vast. Secondly, your extension officers have no transport. So actually, working is very difficult. The last, Mr. Speaker, is that when you say that they are sharing, they share because the fertilizer is cheap. 400 kwacha against 6 bags translates that a farmer only buys 10 kg of seed and the fertilizer is free. It's free. So for me, I think we need to increase the number of beneficiaries. We need to ensure that extension officers are given transport because we have already stimulated, we have already given impetus to the farmers to go into agriculture. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Sorry for putting you under pressure. You are even now calling me Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture may respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, allow me to give the conclusion so that I do not fail to conclude the report. May I conclude, Madam Speaker, that the Farmer Input Support Program is a dynamic program that is informed by lessons learned from each farming season to the other. The government, therefore, Madam Speaker, through the Minister of Agriculture, is making strides in improving the execution of FISIP. In addition, Madam Speaker, may I affirm government's commitment on ensuring that the Farmer Input Support Program is executed in an efficient and timely manner in line with the objectives of the program and indeed taking into account what has been discussed. Having said that, Madam Speaker, allow me to indicate as follows. I wish to thank most sincerely the chairperson, Honorable Kasauta, the seconder, Honorable Mtachalo, and all the honorable members who have discussed this report, including those I have seen the list who have been unable due to time. The honorable member for Shuangandu, the honorable member for Nyimba, the honorable member for Kalomo, the honorable member for Feira, the honorable member for Chiengi, the honorable member for Sikongo, the honorable member from Sanzala, the honorable member from Chinga, and indeed the Honorable Member for Dundumwezi. Dear colleagues, I thank you most sincerely. This really is not for debate. Ours was to absorb what you have said so that we can see how we can improve the status. Allow me, though, Madam Speaker, to react to a few issues that are very important, and I think to make sure that the members know that we're taking note. There was an issue of increasing the number of packs, the number of bags of fertilizer per pack from 6 to 9. There is a very serious debate, Madam Speaker, on how we should win off the farmers. There is a suggestion that we should move it to about 5 years. This we will discuss with the members of staff. Very interesting, Madam Speaker, because the initial period of our sitting, there was a very serious outcry that we needed to win off the farmers. And I remember standing here and saying that, all right, we'll allow that first year, but the second year I said that all the farmers who have been on this program will not be on the program after 2024, because they would have done their 3 years. But now there is a suggestion that we be careful. We should look at a better graduation for the farmers. We'll take that into consideration. Madam Speaker, I would also like to extend a view. There have been a very serious call that as we look at winning off farmers, we should find something for them to do. May I indicate, Madam Speaker, that we have opened up the credit window. Can those who would be weaned off go into the credit window? That should be the subject. I appreciated extremely the fact from Honorable Member for Chienge, who said, involve us as honorable members in your program. This year, we would like the FISIP beneficiaries to be identified early enough. We want to start now identifying the FISIP beneficiaries. Therefore, honorable members, come into play, come into the picture, and assist us select who should get this heavily subsidized, basically as identified, free fertilizer. It is important that we get involved. It's a pity that the Honorable Member for Chiengi, I hope she's listening on radio somewhere, we will be very happy to have all the Honorable Members, Lundazi, Feira, Chinsali, everywhere, Chama, Kasama. Let's get involved so that we know who will be getting this free fertilizer. Madam Speaker, let me also indicate to the chairperson of the committee, who did very well elaborate that instead of having 1 to 400 farmers, we have 1 to 1,200. It is an issue which I'm appealing to this House that next budget, let us have agriculture included. We have supported health, we have supported education. I would ask that the members should help me and say, what about agriculture extension officers? It shouldn't be left to just the minister. It should come also from the members. In that way, government will be compelled to add more extension officers. Let me, however, give you some good news, Madam Speaker, that this year we have bought more than 1,000 motorbikes for the extension officers. We have bought toolkits. We have bought computers for the extension officers. So we are going to give the extension officers some mobility and some computers so that they can communicate more ably with the farming community. Madam Speaker, there was also an issue that was discussed, which we have taken into account, that the insurance amount is not aligned to the potential loss that a farmer can suffer. However, Madam Speaker, the insurance was aligned because of the contribution which the farmers were making. The 400 kwacha that the farmers contribute, 200 goes to climate insurance. But we have heard that you feel that it is too little, so that if the farmers suffer losses, they can be looked at. This was brought out very seriously by the Honorable Member, Honorable Mtachalo, who seconded the debate, and we will look into that. Madam Speaker, matter of ecological regions has also been taken into account. I wish to assure the members, however, that you noticed, colleagues, that from just giving out 3 crops, we extended it to 7 crops. That was to cover ecological areas which needed not just maize, but could take sorghum, millet, rice, as indicated by Honorable Member from Sikongo. Thank you for your kind words, Honorable Member. There was a challenge to our scientists that we should look at organic fertilizer other than just looking at the synthetic fertilizer that we are giving. We have taken that into account, and I always say, honorable members, this is an opportunity for yourselves also to engage business colleagues to try and see if you can bring in also good organic fertilizer. Most of the members here, those who want to participate in FISIP supply, all you bring are the same synthetic fertilizer products. Let's move into organic products as has been indicated here. I've got some good news also. There was an issue which was brought in terms of technology. Madam Speaker, on the 28th of this month, we are going to unveil the mechanization strategy for this country. And that will not only go as opening a book, we are going to go practical. We are going to open up in each province a center of excellency where we are going to put tractors in each province. The plan is that in each district we should have 6 mechanization centers. We are going to start with 42. On the 28th, we will give out every farm training center in this country. We are going to give it some tractor units so that people who are unable to buy a tractor can hire tractors. So that is good news for the country. We are beginning to roll out the programs which the New Dawn government has been talking about. Next, it will be irrigation. It's a pity Honorable Kamboni is not here. He was very passionate about irrigation. Next, we are going to look at irrigation, small-scale irrigation, so that the sad pictures, Madam Speaker, which we are seeing now, where a farmer is using buckets to water tens of hectares, is not just feasible. We should actually try to give them some form of technology in terms of irrigation facilities. Madam Speaker, looking at time, I wish to thank all the members, thank the committee, and I will very soberly take into account what you have suggested. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wengwa, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and let me thank all the people who debated. We thank you very much, and Minister, we thank you for the good news. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me simply say I thank each and every member for hearing this progressive report and the reports coming also from our Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Let me thank you so much for your attention, my honorable members. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the performance audit report on the implementation of the Farmer Input Support Program FISIP 2018 to 2022 for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th November 2023. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Her Honor the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
So much for being with us on Parliament Television. The House is adjourned to tomorrow at 09 hours. Before we leave, a recap of what has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30 this afternoon. Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Green Economy and the Environment, Honorable Engineer Collins Nzovu, to render a ministerial statement, and the ministerial statement was on the 2023-2024 rainfall season performance and the prolonged dry spell.
And in his ministerial statement, the minister did make reference to a ministerial statement that he delivered in October 2023, and that ministerial statement had forecasted the El Nino climate phenomenon.
And he did talk about what he spoke about in October last year, as predicted by the Zambia Meteorological Department. The El Nino climate phenomenon has indeed persisted, significantly influencing Zambia's rainfall pattern during the 2023-2024 season. And he did talk about the onset of the rains. He did say that in October the rains commenced over northwestern province as well as the northern parts of Luapula and western province. By November, most parts of Zambia experienced the onset of rains except the southern region, where it began towards the end of December, and the late onset of the rainfall season over the southern half of the country delayed the planting of crops and affected the germination and establishment.
And on the rainfall amounts, the minister did state that overall the rainfall received so far during the 2023 to 2024 season has been normal to below normal across most parts of Zambia. He did state that excessive rainfall from late December 2023 to around 20th January 2024 caused flash floods, waterlogging, and increased the risk of waterborne diseases such as cholera across the country.
The other one that the minister highlighted in his ministerial statement was on the dry spells, and he did talk about the impact that the prolonged dry spells has impacted on agriculture, where he said the reduced rainfall is likely to affect the growth and development of crops, leading to water stress, rooting, yield losses. Maize, soybeans and other staple crops are particularly vulnerable to the dry condition, as they require adequate moisture during the critical stages of growth. And another part that the Honorable Minister of Green Economy talked about was water resources, where he talked about lower rivers flows and depleted soil moisture, and the groundwater levels are likely to reduce the availability of water for both domestic and irrigation purposes.
The minister also stated that hydropower generation, the decreased water inflow in the hydropower reservoirs may affect the electricity production and supply. He also talked about livestock, that the parched pastures have affected the availability and quality of livestock feed, which may in turn affect the health and productivity of animals.
The Honourable Minister did proceed to give advice to farmers and the nation at large, where he said that considering the current weather situation and the forecasted continued dried conditions throughout February, he urged all stakeholders to take the following actions. To farmers, he did say that they need to monitor weather updates regularly and adjust farming activities accordingly, implement water conservation measures such as mulching and proper soil management practices to optimize water usage, especially in areas experiencing rainfall deficit and low soil moisture levels.
And to water users, the minister did urge that use water sparingly and efficiently for domestic and irrigation purposes, avoid wastage and leakage of water. And also he did look at the energy consumers, where he did state that his ministry is encouraging the use of energy efficient practices as emphasized during the COP28 as follows: conserve and ration electricity usage, alternative energy sources, reporting power issues.
And on the measures that the government is taking is to the rapid assessment of the impact of the dry spells. The minister did say that to assess the impacts, the government has constituted joint teams of experts from Cabinet Office, Ministry of Information and Media, the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, at the Zambia Meteorological Department, the Ministry of Agriculture and Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, DMMU, the Zambia Air Force and the Zambia Army to conduct a rapid assessment to the crop damage and food security situation caused by the dry conditions. The teams are collecting data on crop conditions, production estimates, and food security indicators from selected districts across Zambia, and the teams are also identifying the most affected areas and vulnerable groups and the mitigation measures needed to support them.
And so, Fosen, that's basically some of the details that were in the ministerial statement that was rendered. And after the consideration of the ministerial statement, the House went on to consider 6 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The first question, which was 196, did come from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and he did ask the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock what the annual production of each of the following products is countrywide: beef, pork, and milk. And in his response, the minister did say that according to the 2023 annual report, beef is at 76,256 metric tons, pork is at 13,887 metric tons, and milk at 93,600 liters. And in B, what measures government is taking to increase production of the 3 products? The minister did respond that development of the Livestock Act aimed at curtailing some bottlenecks faced by livestock subsector.
Question 198 came from Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament. This is Mr. Mwambazi. This question was directed to the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. The Member of Parliament for Bwana Mkubwa wanted to find out when the laying of water pipes in the following wards in Bwana Mkubwa parliamentary constituency under the Kafulafuta water project will commence. The first one is Lupili, according to the minister, did say that 3.5 million US dollars. In Mushili, it's $2.6 million, and Twashuka is estimated to cost over $3 million. What the time frame for the project is, according to the minister, said that this is scheduled to be completed by August 2024.
And question 199 did come from Mr. Mtelo, who is Mitete, Member of Parliament. He did ask the Minister of Education a question in 3 parts, and the acting minister did respond. This is whether the government has any plans to procure a motor vehicle for the District Education Board Secretary's office in Mitete District. The acting minister did respond that the government has no immediate plans. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, this question fell off. And in C, if there are no such plans, why? The minister, the